Ms. Buji, do you have an ETA?
I resent her the meeting link. I understood she would be joining us, Tom, is that right, by video?
I'm not sure. That's what I thought.
Does anyone have any objection to us rolling into public comment, and then when she's available, we'll put her in next in the at that time in the midst of public comment? Does anyone have any objection to that?
No.
Does that seem good to everyone? All right. So that's what we're going to do. Dr. Jackson, if you can hear us, we'll put you in at your as soon as you get on in the midst of public comment. Meanwhile, we've now come to public comment general time. Pardon me, public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. To speak at public comment, if you're listed, please call 877-853-5247. That is 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID 974-6597-9811. This number should appear on your screen. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to our clerk, who will let you know when you're at the 30-second point. Our first speaker, when you've reached 3 minutes, Ms. Boji will let you know, and then your time will be up. Our first speaker tonight is Glenn Ziegler.
Okay, hey, I'm Glenn Ziegler. I live in the Old West Side, about 4 houses due west of the 415 West Washington site that you're considering tonight. I'm going to cut to the chase and let you know I believe the proposal you've got before you to pre-entitle 170 units of development at this site is pretty flawed. And in a minute, I'll get into those flaws. I also want to point out that recently another proposal has been brought forward by a nearby neighbor who lives within a block of the site and also has a business which abuts the site. And he's proposing to redevelop the existing structures at the site for some neighborhood and pedestrian-friendly uses like farm markets, coffee shop, artist space, and offices. He's also proposing to include about 30 units of housing terraced up the hillside on the south side of the property, which leads up to his existing property and the old movable feast building on West Liberty. Regarding the flaws on the pre-entitlement property, this came after a series of meetings about affordable housing on city sites around the city. Only 2 plans came out of this. One of them was to develop housing on this West Washington site, which appears none of which would be affordable due to the floodplain concerns that would prohibit any federal or state funds being used at this site. And another flaw here is that nearby neighbors were not notified about this plan until it came before you in April where on your consent agenda where it was proposed to move forward with this without ever even notifying the nearby neighbors. Thankfully, a majority of you prevailed and at least the neighbors were notified about what was going on. I understand that you folks asked your staff to present some options to the neighbors, but no options were presented. This 170 unit plan was presented as the project. We were invited in a webinar, not an open meeting with give and take. We were in a webinar and we were invited to ask questions about the project, which we did, which were not really answered. What's proposed now is to spend $250,000 by the city to do pre-development plan for expenses that would normally be paid by a developer. The project has no affordable housing, the best we can tell, and there are other negative factors involved too. You've got floodplain and floodway concerns. You've got the tree line and greenway uses being precluded by this use.
30 seconds.
It's in a historic district, and it has the 170 unit massive project really is overbearing on the nearby neighborhood. So, and there's no assurance if you did spend this $250,000, you could find a developer that would be willing to come in these COVID times to proceed with this project anyway. And I don't think there's any real community benefit, and I think you folks should reject it or seek other proposals tonight. And I thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Time.
Thank you. Ms. Boja, I guess I'll rely upon you to tell me when Dr. Jackson is available, if that's okay. Thank you. Our next speaker is David Silkworth.
On DS1.
Go ahead, Mr. Silkworth.
Good evening. My name is David Silkworth. I'm a 5th Ward resident and candidate for City Council. I'd like to comment on DS1, the resolution to create the proposed application materials and to review and recommend development entitlements for 415 West Washington. I believe it would be a mistake to move forward with this resolution at this time. I'd like to provide several reasons for my position. The first question our city should ask about any proposed resolution is, how does it affect the residents who will be most impacted by it, and how do they feel about it? Well, I've listened to many of the surrounding neighbors who are excited to have the site reactivated and brought back into the fabric of their neighborhood, but they're unhappy with the massing currently being proposed. The opinions of the surrounding residents should weigh most heavily in any discussion about what happens on this site, because it's their homes and quality of life that'll be most affected. Second, this site isn't a viable option for affordable housing due to its proximity to the railroad tracks and its location in a floodplain. Third, the process for pre-entitlement will cost money and staff resources that the city can simply no longer afford due to our current budget shortfalls, pending budget cuts, and uncertainty in the real estate market. Lastly, I recently attended a virtual neighborhood meeting hosted by Joe Lambert, and he has a proposal for redeveloping the site in a manner that respects the history of the building, activates it with small shops, artist spaces, pedestrian traffic, and some housing, and also maintains the chimney for the Swifts. His plan offers outstanding public benefits and provides solutions to many of the problems of the site at a scale that is more agreeable to the surrounding community. If his proposal is attainable, it sounds like a win-win for everyone. As it is today, 415 West Washington is a neighborhood problem. Wouldn't it be nice if we could develop a neighborhood-friendly solution? Shouldn't we at least give the most reasonable solution that provides the most public benefits to the local residents some consideration? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Lambert.
Mayor, Ms. Jackson is available if you'd like her to present at this time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lambert, we'll hold tight on you. Dr. Jackson, you have the floor.
You just need to unmute yourself.
Sorry for the troubles getting in, everybody. Sorry to interrupt public comments to everybody else. Good evening. Before I get started, I have to acknowledge that on this day in 2017, Philando Castile was pulled over for a broken tail light and for what should have been a routine traffic stop. He was ultimately killed in front of his partner and an infant child by police officer Geronimo Yanez, who lived to be acquitted of all charges. I have said both here and at our own meetings that we must continue to say their names, and on this day, I believe it's especially important that we say the names of both victims and officers. I'm here today to go over the resolution that the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission passed regarding the city's collective bargaining agreement with the Ann Arbor Police Department. Many people in and around Ann Arbor have read former Police Chief Dan Oates' comments in the July Ann Arbor Observer. I'd like to echo his sentiments that the majority of police officers are people who are willing to sacrifice themselves to protect others. And I personally know several police officers who entered police work and stayed in police work because of their commitment to help the communities they serve. However, as we engage in a broader discourse about police reform, it's clear that across the country and even here in Ann Arbor, good police officers are not enough. No reform is going to happen unless politicians, such as those of you on this council, are willing to fight for it by taking on police unions. I know that binding arbitration and Public Act 312 might seem terrifying, but we urge you going forward to negotiate for terms that will facilitate real transparency and real accountability and real reform. Collective bargaining agreements, including the one on the table tonight, are often antiquated, and they contain provisions representative of cultural attitudes on policing from decades long past. Further, in talking to several council members, I was surprised to learn that you don't typically review the entire contract as it progresses, and that you might not even see it until a few hours before it comes up for a vote. This is quite frankly disappointing, especially in contrast to our commission, which has taken the time to go through the contract line by line in preparation not just for this meeting, but in order to be better accountable to the community that we serve. Our resolution, which has been posted on our Twitter account at A2IPOC, has addressed some salient issues that we've observed during this negotiation process. This is by no means, however, an exhaustive list. First, the commission requests that any collective bargaining agreement include that ICPOC has access to the names of police officers named in complaints, whether they are exonerated by the police or not. It is necessary for us to be able to track patterns of complaints in order to assure the public that we are in fact living up to our mission of accountability. We were fortunate to be able to consult with the city attorney's office during the creation of our resolution, so we know that there is no legal impediment to this request. Second, we've also looked at police discipline, and although personnel files of police are retained by the city indefinitely, as it stands, the progressive discipline of police is based on the last 2 years only. We request that this be extended to 7 years because it's important that past misconduct be considered in disciplinary decisions. Although officers should be able to redeem themselves, it is clear that there are some patterns of misconduct that would be better evaluated and disciplined over a longer period of time. Third, we request the elimination of binding arbitration for termination. The elimination of binding arbitration in this manner has been happening across the country as municipalities agree that police chiefs need to be able to fire police officers for misconduct. As it stands now, unions negotiate for favorable retirement terms and chiefs have to find creative, expensive pension packages to get rid of problematic police officers. Fourth, another problem we've consistently had is that processes in this city have excluded us, even though we've existed for almost 2 years. For us to have been excluded throughout this negotiation process is a serious oversight. I can't help but be reminded of whites-only primaries that took place during Reconstruction, where if African Americans were allowed to vote at all, they were only allowed to do so at the end of the process, after primary candidates were already chosen. That was the case with the selection and interview of this police chief, as well as this bargaining agreement. That must be remedied. Going forward, we want to be notified of a 30-day intent to bargain any police contract. And we want the chief negotiator, whether it's HR or the city manager's office, to give us timely and regular updates to any bargaining. We also want our concerns to be included and taken into serious consideration during negotiations. We understand that City Council has many concerns, but our only focus and the reason for our existence is police transparency and accountability. The entirety of our commission is being trained as certified practitioners of oversight, and thus we can bring great expertise to bear during the negotiation process. We represent the Ann Arbor community, and they need to have confidence that there's a trained body of individuals examining the contract. Pragmatically speaking, if you guys are concerned that doing the right thing is going to negatively affect your re-election prospects, we'd be happy to assume that responsibility. Finally, I have to say that for us to have been consulted regarding this contract for the first time on Monday, June 1st, on the day that the contract was first up for vote by council, is incredibly indicative of how unimportant it is to this body that anybody thoroughly examines the CBA and asks the hard questions. People who live and work in Ann Arbor are not comfortable with the fact that this body readily votes on such important contracts without reading them. And this community certainly deserves to know that someone examines these issues with their interests in mind. It's our sincere hope that council does not vote to pass the CBA this evening. Doing so would not only disregard the enormous community outpouring of support for police reform, but it would also disregard the entire process, the entire purpose of our commission's existence. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lambert.
Tess, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks for your time. I'll be quick. So in relation to 415 West Washington, we would ask for a pause in that or tabling of the issue. I think what you're going to find is that staff has gone off and very diligently pursued what council asked them to do, which is a development that's viable and features predominantly affordable housing. And what's in that is that they've really proven that a development there with affordable housing is just not viable. And the motion is to proceed spending money to continue moving forward toward a plan that staff has proven is not really viable. In comparison to that, in contrast, we actually have a proposal, a project which we'd like to put in front of you. We haven't had time in the last 40 days to get in front of the team with COVID, but it focuses on community engagement in the space, renovation of the buildings that are there, preservation, the chimney swifts, of course, a ton of green space, shops for local vendors and artists, preservation of the chimney, I mentioned the chimney swifts, sorry, and a little bit of housing, a small amount of which is affordable, really like 10%, not much, but something that would be a legacy for Ann Arbor, something that would be really very focal to Ann Arbor, something that would be very unique to Ann Arbor, right? As opposed to just another large building that would be perfectly at home in Plymouth, Canton, Grand Rapids, right? So something that celebrates our history and looks forward to our really innovative, creative future. And if we could have a little bit of time, we're asking for that option to go put this in front of you, show it to you, build your confidence. And we're ready to go quickly. 36 months, we're looking at having the predominance of the site activated online, paying taxes, remediated, and, with kids and adults in there having fun. So we just asked to put a little bit of a break in this. I think there's probably a couple other reasons why the city might be well advised to delay moving forward with its entitlement work until we can show you something better. With that said, I'll see back my time. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys and would certainly welcome the opportunity to talk more and in details and dig into it. I think if we get a chance to do that, you guys are going to be every bit as excited as we are about what's possible here, not just trying to slam another big project onto that site. Thanks much, and you guys know where to find me, I hope, so please reach out. Thanks, bye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mojan Savabiasfani.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, she's right here.
Okay. All right. Hello, Ann Arbor. I am your choice for environmental health and for cleanup of Gelman contamination. EPA has already told the city council and the mayor that they will not clean it up. We must.
Dr. Savabiasfani, you're cutting out.
Okay, I think that they believe, let's start over again here. Take this phone.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, can I start or should I continue? I don't understand why I'm getting cut off.
You weren't getting cut off. You were inaudible, and so I let you know that you were inaudible.
Okay.
Please,
Okay,
with council's acquiescence, let's roll from the top, please.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. Hello, Ann Arbor. I am your choice for environmental health and for cleanup of Gelman contamination. The EPA has already told Ann Arbor City Council and the mayor that they will not clean it up. We must clean up the Gelman dioxin contamination. 30 years of waiting is way too long. No more waiting. No more hobnobbing with the polluters. If you care about human rights, Ann Arbor, I am your choice for the Ward 4 City Council election. It's me against the extremely racist Israeli Defense Forces. It's me against the police brutality. It's me against racist violence across the board. I am against handing $38 billion to the genocidal Israeli Defense Forces. That's an institution for murder and killing. My opponents have no such a stand. One of them is surrounded by endorsers who were friends of the Israeli Defense Forces. I also vote to take the $30 million that Ann Arbor spends each year on policing and diverting it to Ann Arbor's community development to the maximum extent possible. My opponents will do no such thing. One of them is vocally pushing for more police. I am against racism across the board. I am the only woman of color in Ward 4 election. I've seen mass destruction that the IDF has caused in Palestine and in Lebanon. The IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, the death machine that is unleashed on people of the Middle East, have committed violence against myself and my students. I will keep on fighting against racism on the city council and off. When white racists call people of color like myself names, don't doubt that they are hiding their own crimes. Vote for the doctor, vote for me, say no to racism, say no to police brutality. I am your candidate for that. No one else is. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Our next speaker is Blaine Coleman.
Okay, is this the phone that I should be talking into? Do you hear me clearly?
You are audible. Yes, please proceed.
All right, well, let's start it then. I mean, if you care about the environment at all, you would have to vote for Dr. Savabi Esfahani. She's the only candidate in Ward 4, I believe for sure the only candidate in Ward 4 who's asking for an immediate cleanup of the Gelman dioxane plume by the city. Nobody else is going to do it. I mean, the EPA has told you, no, it might take 30 years for them to even think about doing it. So she's your candidate if you value the environment. And if you care about human rights, she's your candidate. No other candidate in Ward 4 has stood up for the human rights of the Palestinian people. Eaton has pushed hard against the resolution that would protect Palestinians, the resolution against military aid to Israel. And as far as Ayer goes, she's got endorsers who were honchos in the Friends of the IDF. They were honchos in the Friends of Israel Defense Forces Michigan chapter. And one of those friends has been attacking Dr. Savabi Esfahani viciously, and Miss Ayer has not stopped him. In fact, also, Miss Ayer's campaign treasurer, Joan Lowenstein, has been attacking Dr. Savabi Esfahani viciously, and no one from Ayer's campaign has stopped Lowenstein from speaking that way. And you remember the kinds of things Ms. Ayer said about Councilmember Ali Ramlawi. Horrible, horrible things. The only Palestinian member of city council, and she talked about him in monstrous ways, and guess what? He got elected anyway. And Dr. Savabi Esfahani is going to get elected anyway because she's the only candidate who really stands up for human rights, really across the board stands up for human rights, really across the board stands up for the $15 minimum wage, really across the board stands up for the immediate cleanup of the Gelman dioxane plume. If you care about these kinds of things, you want somebody who is really sincere about cleaning up the environmental mess, about standing for human rights, about standing for the $15 an hour minimum wage, about standing for affordable, good quality public housing now. Dr. Savabi Esfahani is your candidate. The others are all fluff at best, and not very nice fluff, in my opinion. That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Houck.
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hello, council members. Thanks for the chance to comment. I'm Peter Hauk, a resident on Yeoman Court. I'd like to tell you about an incident that happened to my family in 2009. We were waiting to cross Stadium at the crosswalk at Greenview. We walked our bikes and our kids' bike trailer up to the curb cut. Traffic was nonstop at 9 o'clock in the morning. There was no gap that we could run through and get ourselves, our bikes, and our child across the street. I edged closer to the street, hoping that people would understand we were trying to cross and then stop and let us through. No one did. But a woman did speed by and honk at us. We waited it out and eventually we darted across, but we were scared and stressed out from trying to cross a street in our own town. Now, what's happened since that day in 2009? Council passed a local crosswalk ordinance with input from legal staff, police, transportation staff, and community members. A pedestrian safety task force was formed and recommended that we keep the ordinance, and they've recommended it again and again. An independent engineering analysis determined that the ordinance was reasonable, in line with existing expectations for driver behavior, and consistent with driver education in Michigan. The results are in the studies, like the 2017 study of driver behavior that Ann Arbor did. And I see the results every time I use a crosswalk. People stop for me and my family while we are standing on the curb. When I activate the yellow lights, they stop. The culture has changed. Is compliance 100%? No. But it is so much better now. Using a crosswalk with my family is no longer an anxiety-provoking event. But today, with Resolution DC-11, we risk turning the clock back to 2009. Drivers won't have a legal requirement to yield to me until I put my body into the roadway. Is this really what we want? People running across traffic when there's a gap? It's not what I want, not for me, or for kids, or for people in wheelchairs. Plenty of your constituents don't want it either. In the last 36 hours, 285 people have already signed my petition asking you not to endorse this law that will nullify our local ordinance. Councilmember Griswold has worked with a state representative from outside of Ann Arbor to introduce House Bill 4738 to the Republican-controlled legislature. Council members, is this how you advocate for your constituents? Ask Republicans in Lansing to decide what protections the pedestrians of Ann Arbor do and don't get? That
30
is
seconds.
exactly what you will be doing if you vote for DC-11. And I understand the assertion that the bill might improve in legislative committee. Okay, great. Then just wait and endorse it once the language is correct. Why the rush to endorse a bill that's not consistent with what Ann Arbor residents want? By all means, support a statewide crosswalk law, but please do not endorse one that doesn't already include the protections that your Ann Arbor constituents have today. One last thing, if you haven't signed, you can find my petition on change.org. I'll share the results with council members before discussion DC-11 begins. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Shannon Hatamaki.
Ms. Adamati, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, members of council, for holding this meeting over Zoom and taking calls from the public. I want to take this opportunity to also express my thanks publicly for our Parks Department. My family has been working our way through the Visit Every Park Challenge and having a lot of fun exploring different parts of our city outside and safely. We even got to swim at Fuller Park Pool on Friday, which all went very smoothly, to allow at least a small number of people to cool off and swim with a greatly mitigated risk of contracting or spreading COVID-19. My 5-year-old and 2-year-old sons really had a good time, and it was nice to see them simply enjoy being kids in a normal way. But unfortunately, because of postponements and dithering by this council, other initiatives to allow for an easier life while practicing social distancing have been delayed and stalled. I urge you all to pass DC-3 and DC-4 tonight as part of the Healthy Streets Initiative and allow city staff to get to work on providing more street space for ordinary people, not just restaurants and retail shops. I was extremely disappointed in council's action 3 weeks ago to postpone even discussion of those resolutions that removed some street parking, turning lanes, and traveling lanes in a select number of streets so that we can make space for some protected bike lanes and pedestrian passing lanes. The presentation given to you all 3 weeks ago was very clear. It even had sample pictures of each of the streets and their proposed changes. Instead of listening to that proposal and heeding its recommendations before voting for the postponement, certain members of council decided to complain about residential streets that are undergoing closures for non-local traffic, something that is not even part of those resolutions. In fact, council gave its approval for staff to make decisions about those residential street closures called neighborhood slow streets back on May 4th. Speaking of that, I really appreciate Mr. Crawford's update on that, but it has been multiple weeks after my street on Brooklyn Avenue was proposed to be closed to non-local traffic, and we're still waiting on the barricades and signage. When I inquired about this, they said they had at least been directed once to stop the barricades from going up because of concerns from council and concerns that I have yet to hear from any member of the public or really in any public forum. It is maddening that all over the world these types of soft closures are happening, but we can't seem to get it together in Ann Arbor. Maybe this week, but it's been about 4 months since this pandemic hit. And while it is really nice to see people make use of the shutdown streets in the downtown area on weekends to enjoy local restaurants outside, I also find it very telling how quickly these street closures happened only because there was money to be made. When it comes to making some temporary bike lanes and pedestrian passing lanes for people to get to their jobs safely or for people just to be able to exercise or get around without a car more easily, well, that just had to be delayed by 3 weeks. We are currently almost 4 months into this pandemic where many people have had their lives completely
30 seconds.
upended. Instead of doing what you can to help citizens be safer, healthier, and more mobile, this council has delayed. Please get to work serving your electorate, pass DC 3 and 4, let our city engineers get to work on these pilot programs before the changes in weather make it too late for these changes to be of much use. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruth Spalding.
Am I audible?
You am. You are.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you can hear me.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Ruth. I live on Medford. I'm actually a neighbor of Zachary. I am calling in today because I'm deeply concerned about the fact that ICPOC exists and hasn't been given any abilities to do the job that it's designed to do. Dr. Jackson was just speaking earlier about how she sounds brilliant at her job and y'all won't let her do it. Y'all have not integrated. I mean, it seems like what happened is 2 years ago that ICPOC was created, and then great, we did the job. We don't actually have to do anything further. We don't actually have to integrate this into every aspect of the council, every aspect of the police, give them actual authority to do the job because, you know, I mean, either you created this and will give them the authority to do true oversight, or it was just to look good. So, you know, yeah, like give her the authority to do her job. She knows what she's doing. I trust her more than I trust you, right? Y'all have not been doing your job. That has been clear, right? We have contracts that frankly provide way too much power to police unions. We, as people who just live in town, have no power in this situation. And when we have the opportunity through this commission, you have given it no teeth. Why? I guess I am just calling in support of ICPOC. I don't understand why we are so slow to provide them the resources that they need and also the authority to make calls and decisions. Clearly, everyone is very slow to involve them in most of this process, but also they haven't been given official authority to do a lot of these things.
30 seconds.
Ornamental, you know. I would like them to be more than just ornamental. I would like them to represent me. And I would like them to have actual oversight capacity and responsibility and authority. And that means being able to say when someone gets sanctioned and firing people. I support Dr. Jackson's statements. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Stolberg.
Good evening. This is Tom Stolberg. Good evening. This is Tom Stolberg. I live at 1202 Traver Street. and I am the spokesperson for Ann Arbor Neighbors for Responsible Development. As you all know, we sued the city over the improper rezoning of a Lower Town site to C1AR with a planned project modification, with CBA variances, and with additional conditions. I will not talk about the details of the lawsuit tonight. You are all very aware of them. Anybody in the public that is not can go to www.lowertownlife.org, where we have details. We have the actual lawsuit posted. We have an FAQ page. So what happened to the suit? We settled with the city. We dismissed it without prejudice, which allows us to bring it back if the city doesn't, fulfill its end of the deal in our settlement. Settling it by that manner allowed the city to not have to spend the person hours to answer in detail to the court a defense of the points in the lawsuit. And in exchange, there's a list of items that the city agreed to do. So this moratorium tonight is bringing the resolution to have this moratorium tonight is part of that agreement. So I thank you for my neighborhood association for keeping that part of the bargain and moving forward with that. Last week, I sent you a 30-page document to review from a well-known expert in this field. It includes comments on the history and use of C1A and C1AR, and it also referenced and included the November 13th, 1987 report from the planning director to the planning commission, which was an analysis of C1AR and some of the C2s at the time in downtown. So I wanted to give you plenty of time to digest that document because it's clear as you read that the city's been contemplating changes and or elimination of some of these categories for quite some time. And indeed, C2A and C2AR were eliminated and replaced by D1 and D2 when we reviewed downtown, not that recent, but not that long ago either. So right now, things that the planning department and planning commission are looking at suggest relooking at C1AR and C1A at this time. For example, transit-oriented development, the T1, which has a rough draft that planning department's been working on and continue to work on, recognize the advantage of true mixed-use zoning. Planning department is currently going through a review of the planned projects ordinance. And recently, our adoption of the UDC so left some real unanswered questions about our mixed-use zoning
30
categories.
seconds.
It gets real confusing when you get into like different setbacks and different mixed-use categories and how much mixed use is mixed use. Is it 100%, 0%? Anyhow, these are all a lot of questions, plus obviously the location that can't be appropriate for campus business district. And all of you would have a lot of disagreement, as you've seen. So it's time for a study and a moratorium so that we can study that and come to an agreement on what's appropriate for campus business district zoning. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ralph McGee.
Mr. McGee, you can go ahead.
Hi. This is Ralph McKee, 1116 Red Oak. 3 topics. First, the police contract. Please follow the lead of ICPOC as described tonight by Dr. Lisa Jackson. Second, on DC9, please approve the moratorium. Campus business district zoning was being used improperly for projects that should have been PUDs, which of course put dollars into the Affordable Housing Fund. Third, on DS1 415 West Washington, this is a paradigm example of good intentions plus bad process equals a mess. It's also a paradigm example of policymakers are supposed to be the citizens and their elected representatives, not the staff. The policy directive here to staff was to evaluate sites for viability of affordable housing and to do public engagement. I believe that staff quickly and easily determined that building affordable housing wasn't feasible on this site due to the floodplain. The early public engagement showed that selling the property to generate proceeds to affordable housing ranked very low, but staff kept working on development, as far as I can tell, under the rubric of affordable housing. That's laudable, but only up to a point. The proposals got specific pretty fast, and the neighbors hadn't even been notified. The public input gathered at the February meeting was inaccurately described by staff and consultant. It doesn't really support the direction staff was going in. Linda Birow's email to you lays that out in painstaking detail. In April, you gave direction to staff to engage the neighbors on what they'd like on the site. Instead, they got a webinar presenting and defending a preferred option. I attended it. Staff said that there would likely be no affordable units. So the only connection to affordable housing was possible sale proceeds. As to that, staff said only if the building had to be at least as big as the preferred option to generate any money for the Affordable Housing Fund. Frankly, that's not enough info. Granted, this is a complex site, but if the driver of this whole process is affordable housing dollars in the fund, staff needs to provide you, as policymakers, with an estimate of the remediation and other costs coming off the top, whether HDC approval is likely, the impact of possible expansion of the floodway, and clearly at least a rough idea as to the net proceeds. To go forward spending $250,000 on pre-entitlement without that info makes no sense. We've heard a lot from Mayor Taylor in recent campaign literature with regard to lack of respect for staff and the public. 3 points. The public
30
is
seconds.
always entitled to respect. 2, respect is a two-way street. 3, the representatives and the staff have to earn that respect. Thank you for listening. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Hayner, your hand up. Was that from a while ago?
That's new, but your pick. Thank you. Just a couple things real quick. I just want to let some folks know what's going on. We get asked to do look at a lot of different things, a lot of legislation and resolutions and so on. And sometimes they take a long time to wind their way up to be in front of us here. And some of those have had some frustrating ends to them recently. I had planned to bring forward an ordinance requiring electrification of all new construction here in the city. And that's been examined by our legal staff, and they expressed some concerns that it might be challenged in court because the state doesn't allow it right now. Well, we've done that for other things, and I believe it's the right thing to do. And so I'm going to try and go ahead and bring that forward, and we'll try and get it written in a way that delays that kind of potential challenge by developers to what is really an essential part of our A20 plan that we approved recently. Same thing for when I spoke last week on the Rooney Rule for hiring, and I want to thank our administrator and assistant administrator for working that in, and we're going to have before us next week staff's recommendations for a Rooney Rule, which is the mandate that we interview and candidates of color and women for any executive positions here. It's going to be integrated into our HR documents, and so I'm looking forward to that. I've had a lot of people reach out to me and ask if we can make a local mask law to require people to wear masks and to make it easier for businesses to mandate that people wear masks in their businesses. And I haven't sent that off to legal yet, but I know that's difficult because the state is vacillating on the law. And so I would like to have a mask rule. And I think when the students come back, it would be more beneficial for us. We've seen all those U of M parties and things, and that's going to be trouble. And some other trouble we're having in our community is this issue of rent control and evictions. And if you look at the national estimates for evictions, it's a real mess coming forward. And again, this is a situation where the city doesn't really have the authority to step into these private contracts between tenants and landlords and building owners. And I'm very disappointed that there's not much we can do. But I wanted to thank the folks who sent me a potential resolution that was similar to one that was acted on in Ithaca, New York. And so I will be sending that over to legal to take a look at that. Is there anything we can do to, continue to help the county and the state forestall these evictions? It's a crisis that's looming before us, and it's a real problem. And I want to be able to help these people. We want to keep people in our community. I'd rather have somebody in a building, somebody in a home, than out on the street. It's just completely inappropriate to be kicking people out on the street in this day and age. So I just want to let folks know that we are working on these things, and we're getting to them as fast as we can. And hopefully we'll have some good news for you at the next meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I just want to very briefly let people know that that Mayor Taylor, Councilmember Nelson, and I have been working on a millage issue that will be hopefully on our agenda on the next meeting to put an affordable housing millage on the ballot before the voters in November. As soon as the language is finalized and the legal department signs off onto it, it'll be posted and distributed. I hope everybody can support putting this before the voters. I think, as we're debating some challenging things this evening, particularly regarding affordable housing, what it comes back to is we just don't have enough capital. We're relying on federal low-income housing tax credits, which take a bunch of our city-owned sites out of the mix. We need to figure out how to acquire other units, how to better handle this. But the goal is to put something on the ballot that creates affordable housing options for people making up to 60% of the area of median income. So I didn't want that to come as a surprise to anybody. And hopefully we have in the next couple of days, that'll be out for review. Thanks.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I have a few things. First, I would like to address the feedback that I have received regarding my thumbs down behavior at the last special meeting when council communication time was not available. Was it professional? No. Was it effective? Possibly. My actions were in response to threats made by the caller to another council member prior to that meeting. I believe that he changed his speech as a result of my thumbs down and did not make those threats. Since then, I have received numerous threats, including death threats. I will be filing another police report. And what I would say is if you're going to call and make a death threat, I suggest that you disable caller ID before you do it, because it seems very strange. The county recently made a declaration that racism was a public health crisis. I will be bringing a resolution to the next meeting to reaffirm their declaration. And I've also received complaints about the cascades. I wish that we could have more park staff. I don't think it's appropriate to have police officers, but I would like to have some park staff there or more park staff overseeing behavior. Public urination and a lot of smoking marijuana is not appropriate when it is a family gathering place. Lastly, video surveillance of our roadways. I believe that if we're going to do it and discuss it publicly, that we need to get some public input moving forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Rumlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I just wanted to talk about our downtown street closures and people in the community that are concerned with the level of COVID cases increasing and then our role in protecting the citizens. And I just want to let people know that myself and Councilmember Lum are on scheduled meetings with Tom Crawford, merchant associations, and the DDA every 2 weeks to discuss what's going on and to be able to act and change accordingly. And of course, the power is with our city administrator to take action that he seems deemed necessary to protect the welfare and safety of our citizens. So we are ongoingly communicating and meeting with our merchant associations, the DDA, and our city administrator, as well as others, to make sure that we are staying on top of things. And once things get too hot, we know already that our city administrator has indicated those street closures will cease. We're hoping that isn't the case, and we're hoping that our community is as educated and as compassionate as we hope to be, and we practice social distancing and safe behaviors as we engage. Unfortunately, it's been very difficult for government right now to speak with one voice. And I won't go in the weeds with that right now, but I just want to let people know that we are constantly engaged in listening and ready to change course in the event, in the unfortunate event it needs to happen. But we are hearing from many businesses, as many of our colleagues know. We don't get a lot of thank you emails. We've got quite a few thank you emails over this program right now from downtown businesses who are saying this has been a savior for them. And I hope that it can continue that way, but only if numbers allow us to. I'm encouraged to hear that my colleagues are working on an affordable housing millage. I would be interested in working with you if that's if all the case. I don't know if I'm going to come at you with the direction that you are all going, but I would propose repurposing our Greenbelt millage, at least half of it, to affordable housing. We have $7 or $8 million sitting in that fund unspent, and be going to the voters right now and asking for additional taxes, I think, is rather unaffordable. I have a hard time supporting additional taxes right now, but I'll be interested in seeing what the details are. But I would encourage us to look at our Greenbelt millage and repurpose those dollars. I think there'd be plenty of money in that account for the life of that program. And then we can use the additional 10 years that are left to address our affordable housing. I rather.
Councilmember, you're at 3 minutes.
And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Grand.
Thank you, Mayor. Speaking of the Greenbelt, I just want to turn your attention to CC1 that at the next meeting, I'll be bringing forward a resolution to appoint Jason Boggs, who's coming forward, and I'm very grateful to fill the difficult to fill real estate professional position that's set aside on the Greenbelt. So I hope you'll support Mr. Boggs at our next meeting. I also want to bring your attention, I know we received a lot of emails today, but one was from a group that I'm liaison to from the chair of the Student Advisory Council, and in their statements that were very supportive and in line with what Dr. Jackson came forward as it relates to CA 26 and DC 14. So if you didn't have a chance to see that, always grateful to get to work with this group of engaged young citizens.
Councilmember Bannister.
Thank you. The Ward 1 would like to invite everyone out to Arrowwood Community Center this coming Saturday. We are having another Finding Your Political Voice, and it will be attended this time by Chief Michael Cox from the police department. It'll be down at the basketball court from 4 to 5:30. And so please come out and join us and hear from Chief Cox. And also, if you haven't seen our very successful cooperative affordable housing, which is Arrowwood, come out and see it next Saturday from 4 to 5:30. Thank you.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two quick things, and really in following up to Councilmember Ramwali's comments, and also the notice tonight that we will be presented with a new tax proposal for affordable housing. First, Councilman Ramwali, thank you very much for providing an update on our meetings with the merchant associations and the DDA and other interested downtown parties in the city. I think these meetings have been very effective, and it's important to let the community know, as you just did, that this is being constantly monitored, and adjustments will be made if necessary by the city administrator. Secondly, in terms of this proposal for a new tax for affordable housing and this idea of prioritizing excess Greenbelt funds for these other purposes, other priorities, affordable housing uses, I think that is something that is worthy of significant discussion, exploration, and that would require, though, bringing a proposal forward to the voters to repurpose those funds. That's not something we can do. I know you understand this, but it seems like, it is a very valuable and important discussion to have, particularly now because we have so many members of our community who are struggling, many who've lost their jobs. And just a quick story, some of us are going door to door, meeting people, having conversations with a lot of these folks in our community who are struggling. And Last week, I spent some time with a lady who shared that she didn't realize that she wasn't required to pay her summer tax bill, which is a huge tax bill, this month. She then shared how she's been losing sleep, not going to the not going to her mailbox because she knows what's sitting in there, and she knows she can't pay her tax bill. And she was very emotional when I told her that she didn't have to pay her taxes this month. So this is kind of a PSA because there are people out there who don't know this, that we passed a resolution giving folks flexibility so that they can, they have time to recover a bit and pay their taxes in August without penalty. And this is not a late payment, and there is no typically, and to the rules that we waive, there's not a 1% penalty for late payment, and it's not a late payment. So your credit rating is not affected. Similarly, if you choose to pay in September, previously there was a 5% penalty, late payment penalty. That has been reduced to 2.5%, and we wish we could do more, but
Councilmember, you're at 3 minutes.
okay, sorry, this does come with a cost. And but if you pay in September, also there is not, it's not a late payment. So for all those folks out there who are struggling, I hope that that this arrangement will be helpful to you. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick reminder that absentee ballots are hitting people's inboxes, and I would encourage everyone to vote early as they vote often. This year, the August election is upcoming. You will have the opportunity to vote absentee because of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's everyone's, duty and responsibility to vote, but this year, more than ever, your duty and responsibility to vote safely. For those of you who can't vote absentee or don't or forget to, you can still vote in person. And as a reminder, there's a good chance City Council will be moving one of the third ward voting locations from Scarlett to Mitchell on the same site, but different buildings to provide the greatest access to that voting location. So that hasn't been passed yet, but it's likely to, and just want to get it out there for all to know. Show up to Mitchell, not Scarlett, on election day, as well as vote absentee if you can. Keep everyone safe.
Further communication from council. Thank you. I'd like to request confirmation of the following appointments that were presented to City Council at the June 15 regular session. To the Ann Arbor Public Art Commission, Sarah Fuller. To the Elizabeth Dean Fund, Elizabeth Merrill Dudley. And to the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board, Emily Canoza. May I have a motion, please? Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Rumlawi. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. I'd also like to ask for your consideration, your vote on a one-step process for one of the youth members of the Energy Commission. Resolution to appoint Julian Singleton to the Energy Commission. Mr. Singleton is a student at Skyline High School. Putting him on as a one vote will get him on in time for August meetings. May I have a motion, please? Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Eaton. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It is unanimous with 11 council members present, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement. Two things. First, it has been, we will probably reference it during our conversation, but I do want to hit it since it was discussed in public comment. That is with respect to the moratorium ordinance today. It was stated that that the resolution before us is in furtherance of a settlement agreement. That is, that the resolution reflects the city complying with its agreement under the settlement agreement. That is incorrect. There was no promise or agreement that this or any resolution would be considered by council in that settlement agreement. Further and finally, I'd like to echo what some of my council members have said with respect to COVID-19 and masking in our community. We, I think, are all excited about the prospect of being out and re-engaging with people, but we also, I and I'm sure others have been quite concerned about the absence of people wearing masks. Just today, I sent a letter to Governor Whitmer requesting her assistance, requesting the state's assistance in expanding restrictions with respect to masking, to making sure that people know that masks are the way for us as a community to stay safe. If there is broad acceptance, broad practicing of masking, we will be far safer. Everyone in our community will be far safer, young and old alike, than if we have sketchy compliance, sketchy adherence to that public safety, public health instruction. And so I've asked for her and her state support in that area. It's of critical importance. I think we all should be wearing masks whenever we go outside. I know I do. We now come to the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of the consent agenda. Councilmember Lum.
I'd like to pull CA 26, please. And I have a couple comments on CA 2 through 4, but I don't want to pull them.
Well, let's roll with your comments now,
Okay.
unless you wish.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, CA 2 to 4 through 4, these are the Greenbelt acquisitions. And as I just noted, I'm not pulling them out, but I'd like to comment briefly on these 3 agenda items. I support these when the city's tax dollars are leveraged well, and don't support them when they're not. I'm pleased to say all 3 of them do leverage and are Greenbelt tax dollars, so I will be supporting them. I do have to say, though, that it's a bit frustrating when the city uses its tax dollars to preserve a property, but the township where the property is located, the entity benefiting the most, doesn't participate in the funding at all. And that's true with CA2, where Northfield Township is not contributing anything. We heard a while back that Northfield Township was, quote, considering, and quote, a preservation millage or fund, but that has not happened. Apparently, they're still considering it. I'm sorry, I just don't think that's fair to Ann Arbor taxpayers, but it is what it is. The county is contributing 2/3 of the cost on this one, so I will support it. But I just think the townships most directly benefiting should participate in the funding as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I'd like to pull CA 12.
Councilmember Hayner.
I'd like to pull for a vote CA 13, please.
Further discussion of the consent agenda. Did I move and second the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. My apologies. All in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of CA 26, 12, and 13, please say aye.
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 All opposed? The consent agenda with the exception of CA 12, 13, and 26 is approved with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA 2, CA 3, CA 4, CA 6, CA 15, CA 25. CA 26, resolution to approve the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Ann Arbor and the Ann Arbor Police Officers Association effective January 1, 2020 through December 31, 2022. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion, please, of CA 26. Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This 3-year collective bargaining agreement with the Police Officers Association was negotiated prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. Once the pandemic hit and the significant adverse financial impacts on the city were becoming known, and after council postponed taking action, the city approached the AAPOA regarding further negotiations, and the AAPOA declined. I have a great deal of respect for the Ann Arbor Police Department Chief Cox and our officers individually, but I am disappointed the union was unwilling to discuss the agreement any further. The city is experiencing a very significant financial challenge from the pandemic. Revenue declines in the millions for fiscal year 20 that just ended June 30, and for fiscal year 21 that we're just starting now. And it's quite likely the adverse impacts will continue into the next fiscal year 22. It would just not be fiscally responsible to approve a 3-year contract at this point that does not recognize the reality of the challenges that we face. Plus, ICPOC has raised concerns about the collective bargaining agreement and will be voting on a resolution regarding that later in the meeting. I would consider a 1-year agreement, but I can't support a 3-year agreement tonight that does not reflect the current challenges the city of Ann Arbor is facing, nor does it reflect, and this is critical, the non-economic policy recommendation and objectives that Dr. Jackson and ICPOC have enumerated. Thank you.
Further discussion of CA 26? Councilmember Umlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. As one of the liaisons to ICPOC, I feel a responsibility to speak on this. The fact of the matter is many of the issues that had been brought up for many months leading into negotiations and into the tentative agreement, many of the conversations at ICPOC and many of the policy issues that back during the formation of the Police Oversight Commission, when the task force brought up many issues that they wanted to see in the initial days of the Oversight Commission. A lot of those ideas, requests were told they were not achievable under the current contract. Many of those issues still are outstanding. And so it's disappointing that we're here today without consensus on a new contract. And on top of the issues, the economic issues that we are facing, those are manageable. I would, in my purview, yeah. But the non-economic policies that are being asked to be addressed, I feel are too great to ignore, and I'm hopeful that in the end, the demands that our citizens have been emailing us with and residents and constituents can be met in a reasonable fashion.
Councilmember Grant. I'm sorry, Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to validate some of the remarks from Dr. Jackson regarding what the community should expect of us in terms of reviewing the agreements that come before us. And I think that with something as important as public safety, the impact that it has on individual members of our community, and really just the general importance of how we distribute power and how people can be victimized by power. I am hopeful that the moment that we are feeling right now is the beginning of a larger movement where we are redistributing some of that power. And I really look forward to us having a better system for oversight, a system where our Police Oversight Commission has a seat at the table and has a louder voice in engaging in these contracts. Yeah, I guess that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I appreciate Dr. Jackson coming forward and outlining not only for us but for the public what the main concerns were. You know, my fear with this and I was very hopeful that we could go to 1 year and really have ICPOC then be front and center in these renegotiations and have the time and not have to make this trade-off of the risk of having to go to some sort of arbitration. But it's our job, I believe, as council members to take seriously the expertise of our advisory bodies. And when it comes to police reform, we have heard loud and clear from ICPOC that there are a number of issues that are unacceptable. And I think first and foremost is this issue of progressive discipline, and this issue of not, this issue of arbitration with not being able to fire police officers who aren't there to protect our community, and we know they're in the minority. So I'm going to listen to what Dr. Jackson has to say, that we understand the risks of the negotiation. I don't want to make promises to the community that there aren't any risks in going forward, but I think this is the time in our history where we're trying to truly reform the way and rethink the way that we do public safety. So I'll be turning down obviously CA 26, as I expect many of my colleagues will. And I really hope that we can all come together as a city, as a community, and with the police union to put the safety of our community first and foremost.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Dr. Jackson for walking us through your thoughts tonight, as well as for communicating the thoughts of your colleagues on the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission. I can only speak for myself. I do my job of reading these contracts, but the ways in which they perpetuate, injustices or bad policies are not immediately apparent, and your expertise and ability to draw those out is incredibly valuable and helpful to the entire commission. So thank you for that. And I want to echo Councilmember Brand's statements of there's risk associated with this. There are no guarantees in any negotiation, but this is well worth the pursuit. And I think makes a statement that our intent when dealing with the department, from management to yesterday's recruit, is that the way in which we do policing and public safety in the future looks different than the way we do it today. So thanks.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I just want to go on record and say that, Dr. Jackson speaks very eloquently and with passion and conviction, but she also speaks for the commission as a whole. She speaks for the community as a whole. And I think when she speaks, she understands that. And I think when she speaks, we should hear that. And it's not just Dr. Jackson's voice that I hear. I hear the voice of thousands when she speaks. So let's not miss that point. She's speaking for those who cannot speak anymore. That's what she's speaking for. And I think she spoke to that again tonight. So this is not about Dr. Jackson. This is about the Police Oversight Commission, and this is about the community at large. And we must remain focused.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, when we talk about public safety reform, and we definitely need to address it, we also need to consider that many of the levels of first support are not provided by the city, but they're provided by the county, such as mental health services, some of the parks, some of the responsibility even for the Huron River, the county prosecutor, the foster care system. And so when those systems fail, the burden falls on our police department. And so I think that any effort to reform public safety needs to include a discussion with our other partners to make sure that those services are being provided, and that 911 does not result in our police officers going out repeatedly to the same house because of mental health problems or because of known drug issues when the county prosecutor has failed to issue an arrest. I know this sounds a bit harsh, but this is reality. I'm very familiar with it as a former social worker, and I would say we need to direct our city administrator to work with the county administrator to ensure that county services are adequate, and if not, how can we improve them? Thank you.
Further discussion? I will be joining my colleagues tonight in voting against the agreement as presented. I know that we run risks here, of course, as folks at the table certainly know, and many folks in the public know. Public safety contracts in Michigan are subject to Act 312 arbitration. That means that we do not get to impose, as management, do not get to impose anything that's final, that we're going to be engaging in a mediation process and then potentially an arbitration process, and that will result in a finding by an arbitrator that will be binding upon the police union and ourselves. That's the way that law functions in Michigan. However, I think it's very important to note, and many of my colleagues here have noted as well, that we are in an incredibly we are living in a time when the old way of doing business is not acceptable, and I think this is part of that process. We've heard from so many members in the community directly and through ICPOC, of course, that they want more from the way that we provide public safety. They're demanding that we reimagine how we provide public safety here in the community. And while that's a big project and a project that needs to be done based upon experience, lived experience, and community engagement, one aspect of that, of course, is the manner in which we provide police services, and that is bound up in this document. And while I think I and we all value and are grateful for the service of our officers, we at the same time understand that we're in a different time now, and so we'll be moving forward to make sure that the contract that we have reflects the the community's values and the community's priorities. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Is that an affirmative?
Roll call, please.
You want a
That's
roll
roll. Thank you. My apologies. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Bannister. I'm sorry, my error. All roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Lum.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Motion fails.
CA12, resolution to award sewer televising and cleaning construction contracts to Talpin Group LLC, not to exceed $3,364,462.95, and Pipe Tech Infrastructure Services LLC, not to exceed $3,429,675 for 2-year durations. Moved by Councilmember Eaton, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of CA12. Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I'm going to be supporting this, but I wanted to pull it out to draw attention to the fact that while we had already budgeted money to perform this kind of work, when we agreed to the administrative consent agreement with Eagle to be more aggressive about the maintenance on our sewers, it necessitated allocation of more money to do it in a shorter time frame. I'm really happy to see this. I think that we should be embarrassed that our city has so frequently dumped raw sewage into the river. I hope that doing this maintenance will identify where the problems are so that we'll avoid those problems in the future. So I support this wholeheartedly. But I wanted to note that that $15,000 fine that we paid when we agreed to the administrative consent agreement was not the end of the cost of our problems with our sewers. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Since I saw Ms. Majewski's here, I have a question. So we had a few incidents earlier last year where we had some clogging, some backups and so on, because in one case there was like a brick and so on that had fallen in there. And are these contractors, when we follow up on their work somehow and they're bonded in some way where if something goes wrong like that, like they knock a piece in or they leave a rope, 400 foot of rope in there or something like that, that they're responsible for this? Is that so? I mean, are they bonded in some way to do a good job and leave our sanitary system at least as clean as they found it?
They are, and if we can trace it back to the contractor, we'll tender it to the contractor.
Okay, you know, I mean, that was pretty awful what happened before, and it was a very curious thing and not the kind of thing that someone would have flushed, you know?
Right.
So,
right.
All right, thanks for clearing that up. I just want to make sure.
Yep.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you. Just a quick info share. Councilmember Nelson and I serve on the Board of Insurance, and we see claims against the city for things like sanitary, sewer backups, and flooded basements. And this TVing and cleaning is critically important across the city. And I'm also very happy to see this. So thank you for bringing this forward and for the work associated with this. I know it will help many as we continue to clean and our existing infrastructure. So, and thank you, Ms. Majewski.
Mm-hmm. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. CA 13, resolution to approve an agreement with Decision Support Services LLC, DBA Allowance, for a capital improvement plan prioritization and database software and consultation service to estimate $282,260 over 5 years and to appropriate funds from the fiscal year 21 Information Technology Fund in the amount of $109,760. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of CA 13. Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I pulled this off because I just think it's an outrageous amount of money to spend on an IT vendor service. I know that our Access database that runs the CIP is from Access 2000, which I recognize is 20 years old. There's been, Access 2000 has had 4 or 5 migrations offered on the way up here to the year 2020. And even now, sitting here in 2020, Microsoft makes a SQL Server migration assistant tool as an example. And I just don't understand why we're paying for a custom piece of software at the cost of $60,000 a year for 5 years when we could be running on SQL Server, and we could have IT, someone talented in IT, coordinate that and put it in a very robust database that it would seemingly from the. I mean, I know it's been a while. I haven't architected a database since 2001 or whatever. But, we did some pretty robust stuff, and I can't imagine that there's a need for a custom piece of software like this. It's mind-boggling to me what we spend on IT sometimes in the city. And so I just wanted to call this out because I won't be supporting this notion. I don't subscribe to the fact that we're so special that we can't use the same tools at other communities, and especially in a city like this that has so much IT resources in it. It just seems like a gross expense to me. So that's why I pulled it out. Thank you.
Councilmember Lum. Councilmember Lum, you're on mute.
Sorry.
You're on mute, council member.
My apologies. I did also question why we're paying such a healthy premium for this added functionality, but I am satisfied by the responses IT provided to our agenda questions, and I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting this as well. Contained in our capital improvement plan is nearly $1 billion in spending that we're going to pursue in the next decade or so. And this investment to use those dollars as wisely as possible, I think is well worth it. I think this is a little bit of planning money and IT money up front to save a lot of money long term and prioritize a ton of money in a way that the community will best see its benefit. And anyone who has questions, I really encourage them to speak with Ms. Gosling in the systems planning group, who is super excited about the software and can speak to its value to the taxpayer pretty eloquently.
Councilmember Omlawi.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if this is a real specific question or not, just a 50,000 foot in the air question in terms of our total costs that we're spending on IT. Are we in the middle of like a period where we're doing much more upgrading and reinvesting in our IT or information technology than we were just 2 years ago, or we will be in 2 years from now? Or are we going to be looking at these same investments for some more years to come at this level, if not higher? Is anybody around to answer that? Are we investing more these days than normal, or is this kind of a pretty average type of reinvestment? Are we
Crawford, you in a position?
I'm sorry.
I can offer a couple of comments.
Please.
Your InterGov, there are a couple of significant systems that are being modified now. One of them is your InterGov, or your permitting system. This is a major complex system of the city, and an 18-month probably implementation plan. Another complex area is this capital planning. There are a lot of complexity to this. It's much more difficult than just putting numbers in a database. And I would characterize this as not an atypical year. We don't do all of our major systems at once. We do reserve monies along the way to replace them. But we have this and the phone system that we're working on. Those are much smaller dollar amounts than the InterGov. But this is not an atypical year. There's just are significant things you have to do every once in a while.
Yeah, thanks. I won't. I'll ask more later.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Lum.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Omlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We now come to a set of public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about the specific subject of that public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, you need not have signed up in advance, but your speech must relate to the subject matter of the public hearing. That is to say, the item on the agenda to which the public hearing relates. To speak at a public hearing, please call the number on your screen and enter your meeting ID. The number is 877-853-5247, 877-853-5247. Meeting ID number 974-6597-9811. That is 974-6597-9811. To raise your hand after you've called into public hearing, to raise your hand, please dial *9, and then your hand, you will be called on in order. The clerk will call upon you by identifying the last 3 digits of your phone number. You will hear that you're on, and then you'll have your 3 minutes. Speakers at public hearings have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention. The clerk will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please take this opportunity, if you're speaking in public hearing, to go into a quiet room so we don't all have feedback. Public hearing number 1, an ordinance to amend sections 529.6 and 529.7 and to add a new section 529.8 of Chapter 55, the Unified Development Code of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, there are 3 callers on the line. None of them have their hands raised. Do you want me to go through them, or?
I'll just say, callers, if you wish to speak at this public hearing, please enter *9.
No one has their hand raised at this time.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 2, an ordinance to amend section 1209 of Chapter 8, Boards and Commissions of Title 1 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing? To speak at a public hearing, please dial the number on your screen and enter the meeting code, and thereafter raise your hand by entering *9.
Mayor, no one has their hand raised at this time.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. We have before us the regular session meeting minutes of June 15, 2020. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion of the minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Minutes are approved. B1, an ordinance to amend section 529.6 and 529.7 and add a new section 529.8 of Chapter 55, the Unified Development Code of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion, please, of B1. Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to quickly move a substitute ordinance for this. I think it would be prudent for us to vote on that from the jump, and once we get a move, I guess once we get a second, I'm happy to discuss the contents.
Second.
Has that been forwarded?
It was sent on June 18th after our last meeting by Mr. Leonard, and I can try to redistribute it quickly as well.
I believe it was part of the packet as an attachment.
Sorry, yes,
all right,
it's also part of the
so this is in the packet. So just by way of cross-reference,
Oh my God. Okay.
this is the required plan info 612 draft substitute first reading version.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Seconded by so that's a motion to substitute or to amend in the entirety, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Mr. Ackerman, Councilmember, you still have the floor.
Thank you. So just for context, the original ordinance amendment that we voted on at first reading was the product of, as staff has utilized the Unified Development Code, which is our new zoning ordinance after the big reorganization, decade-long process that culminated about 2 years ago now. There have just been things that we've identified, that city staff has identified as being clunky. One of which was noticing that there are some redundancies between what we ask for in site plans and what we ask for in area plans, which are very similar concepts, but different. And so what they did was try to clean that language up to be as user-friendly as possible, which saves time for the customer, which can be a single-family homeowner all the way to a large developer, and saves time for staff in explaining the interpretation of it. So it's overall making it more user-friendly, making our zoning code more user-friendly. The substitute ordinance amendment, which Mr. Leonard is here to speak to in more detail if people have questions, really hits on 3 prominent points. It clarifies what information is required when an ALTA survey is waived as required content associated with a plan. It clarifies that topographic contours can be waived as well on-site, off-site. And it simplifies what area plan content and site plan content is contained in distinct sections. So that's all, I realize hard to approach in just 3 bullet points, but Mr. Leonard is available for questions if you have them.
Councilmember Omlawi.
Yeah, I just have a procedural question. I apologize. We voted on a version at first reading. Does this constitute as a substantive change that requires it go back to first reading?
Yes, I believe that to be true.
So this would be the first reading on the substitute language.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion of the amendment?
I guess since Mr. Leonard is here, if he wouldn't give us a quick synopsis with the distinguish the changes between the two, just to be more comfortable with what's being proposed, if that's possible.
Mr. Leonard, if you please.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Brett Leonard. I'm the Planning Manager. As Councilmember Ackerman described, the substitute ordinance makes one change that I think was intended with the first ordinance. The version that you passed on first reading was just that it was a reorganization of our site plan content. It doesn't change any of the requirements, but it presents the information in a clear way. In doing that in a clear way, after the first reading, it was noted that we do provide some flexibility for those sites where there isn't significant physical development happening for some waiver. However, that waiver was only specific to an ALTA survey, and thought it appropriate to extend the same waiver for 2-foot contours both on and within 50 feet of the site for when there's not significant physical development happening. So what this substitute ordinance does is simply extends that waiver to that additional one content item, reorganizes it into a fourth exception rather than having all that language specific in the ALTA survey content. And I apologize. My previous conversations with the city attorney's office had indicated that this could be substituted at this reading because the changes were not substantive to require an additional reading. I miscommunicated that obviously in my email to you in June, so.
Thank you. Have I overstated the case, Mr. Postma? I'm a little bit confused. Is this?
What I'd request is Jackie bring in Kevin McDonald, because I know that they had a discussion, and so whatever their agreement is right. Kevin is on the line, and so I think Mr. Leonard is, if he's reflecting what Kevin had told him, that would be correct. So.
Just to clarify, I did review this with Mr. Leonard earlier, and we determined that it's a minor change and it's not substantive. So council can approve this tonight at second reading and have it go into effect within 10 days after publication.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Omlawi and others. My apologies. Further discussion of the amendment? Councilmember Lum.
So can you just state for the record, are we is this, we obviously just heard what Mr. McDonald had to say, but are we voting on this as a second reading?
Well, first off, that we're voting the amendment itself. That is to say, to affect the amendment and substitute the amendment for the resolution that's currently before us. Councilmember Griswold.
No, but then is it a first or is it a final?
It will be, if the amendment is approved and then voted on, there will be no further action. If the amendment is approved, we will remain at second reading.
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I have one question. I appreciate all this detail. One of the things that I've noticed in new developments in the Ann Arbor area is that vegetation is frequently planted in such a way as to block visibility to pedestrians. And I don't see anything in here, and maybe I am missing it in terms of sight distance at corners to see both people and other vehicles. An example of this is at City Hall, whereas you're driving out onto Huron, the two trees that are there, the body of the trees with all the branches start at about 3 feet. And so it blocks the view of the pedestrians and traffic coming on Huron. So is there a place for that? And I don't want to delay the process now, and maybe it could be brought back later. That used to be pretty standard, that we considered site distance, and we haven't in recent landscaping and site plans.
Mr. Leonard?
Yes, Councilmember Griswold, we do still review those standards. That is part of our specifications. We do require that. That's part of specifically the pedestrian safety and traffic review. For example, recently a petition was postponed by the Planning Commission to address that similar issue. So that is reviewed. This proposed ordinance doesn't change those standards. This is strictly the content required on the plan, so we can evaluate the adherence to those standards.
Okay, then I'll talk to you offline about some of my concerns. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Leonard. I just wanted to see if I'm reading this properly. Like, it looks like in some places you struck out the generic sort of description, like Section 8 says additional information required for area plans, landscaping, fences, and retaining walls. And is that because you simply accept it as part of the natural features plan further down the list? Or, well, I'm sorry, not natural features, but the landscape plan itself. Like, why is it struck at the top and then it's still in there at the bottom as an example?
That was an indication where we were asking for the same information in several locations. So this was an intention to clarify when it's required. We also wanted to clarify that we thought that was something important even when we are waiving an ALTA survey, so that we have some basic information about the landscaping on the site. So that's why you see it.
Okay, so like in the case of a landscape plan, it's not required as part of an area plan or a site plan for special exception, but it is for your approval of a site plan and our approval of a site plan.
So it is required for any site plan. So we require full information for any submitted site plan, be it administrative, planning commission, or city council approval. We don't distinguish
Not for
between
special exception use, it says here.
In the case where no physical development is proposed, this ordinance would provide the opportunity to waive some of those ALTA survey requirements. However, that list of information is the minimum information we still want when we're considering that special exception use permit application, even if no physical proposal change is proposed for the site.
Just the use itself changes, you're saying?
Correct.
Oh, okay. All right. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I was just trying to clear that up.
Yeah, and
some of those things seem important, you know?
Yeah, but to clarify, one potential application for this might be if you have a special exception use applying to go into a existing commercial center where really no physical improvement is being proposed. However, the nature of that use in that zoning district requires that approval. This would provide some flexibility in such circumstances where they're not proposing a whole-scale physical change of that property.
Is there any concern that developers will, like we had a situation with the Mishkan site where we approved a PUD with an area plan instead of a PUD with an actual site plan. Mm-hmm. And if in that case, they would not have, under this new reading, they would not have been required to provide dimensional layouts or natural features or landscape or utilities or any of that stuff when that came to us.
No.
And is that, am I reading that correctly?
No, because they wouldn't be eligible for that exception because they are likely to have public utilities on that site, and the supposed physical changes corresponding with that would be required. Furthermore, they were seeking a rezoning of that property, and our ordinance additionally requires either an area plan or site plan to accompany it.
You're right, but in the column of area plan, it says required plan information, like all those things are not in the area plan requirement.
Correct. An area plan, just as you said, is less information is required because there's no reliance to be able to proceed with development from that plan. So the way our ordinance is structured, you could seek a rezoning with either the area plan with less information, but it gives you no entitlement to proceed with a physical development. You are inherently having to come back through the site plan process where all information would be required before permits could potentially be issued.
So like in the case of Mishkan, they went ahead and got their rezoning because they were waiting on that letter map revision, and then we're going to see everything when that site plan comes back.
Exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion of the amendment? All in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The amendment is approved. Further discussion of the main motion as amended?
It's a second reading.
Thank you very much. All in favor of the main motion as amended, this being a second reading? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. B2, an ordinance to amend section 1209 of chapter 8, boards and commissions, and title 1 of the code of the city of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion, please, of B2. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. DC1, resolution supporting the Environmental Protection Agency's active involvement with the Gelman site and encouraging its listing of the same as a Superfund site, moved by Councilmember Hayner.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Did I skip one? I skipped. Thank you very much. My apologies. C1, an ordinance, thank you. C1, an ordinance to amend section 1-3-12-20 of chapter 14, purchasing, contracting, and selling procedure of title 1 of the code of the city of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Eaton, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of C1. Councilmember Hayner, was that from before, Councilmember?
Yes, that was from before.
My apologies. Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I have sent, I would like to thank Council Members Eaton and Taylor for bringing this forward. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor. I've also sent the clerk an amendment. It's a very small amendment that moves some of the tier 2 requirements that I think we would want all contractors to be following into tier 1. It is adding a 14th and a 15th requirement. The 14th being the bidder's violations of state, federal, local laws or regulations, including OSHA or MIOSHA violations, state or federal prevailing wage laws, wage and hour laws, workers' compensation or unemployment compensation laws, rules or regulations issued to or against the bidder within the last 5 years, and then adding a section 15 that would state whether a fitness for duty program, drugs and alcohol will be used for employees working on the proposed job site, and if so, a description of the program.
Do I have a second for that amendment? Second by Councilmember Eaton. Is that amendment friendly to the body? Thank you very much, Councilmember. That amendment is friendly. Further discussion of the resolution. Councilmember Lum.
I will speak after Councilmember Eaton.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I want to remind my colleagues this is a first reading, and so there will be time for further discussion. Our city charter requires us to competitively bid the purchase of materials and contracting, and to award contracts to the lowest bidder who is found to be responsible. And this amends the ordinance that defines what we consider a responsible contractor to be. It's similar to our living wage ordinance, our prevailing wage ordinance, our non-discrimination ordinance. It just sets minimum standards for what we expect of contractors who do business with the city. So I want to point out that the county Board of Commissioners adopted a policy that's actually a little more stringent than this policy just last week. And they have found that acceptable for their practices. And I think that we also should set minimum standards for the contractors that we hire. I would recall that a couple of years ago when I asked that we do more to enforce our prevailing wage ordinance, we were told that it would be burdensome and it would chase away potential contractors, and all kinds of fears were attached to just simply enforcing an ordinance that we already had. After 1 year of experience, the city administrator reported to us that none of those things came to be. that those were unwarranted fears. And in fact, having that enforcement action in place now has found violations of our prevailing wage ordinance. And so I believe that we need to take a closer look at the people we do business with by setting some standards. And I think that this particular ordinance amendment accomplishes that. Thank you.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think everyone, staff and council alike, certainly support the intent of ensuring the contractors and vendors with the city do business, that the city does business with, are capable, ethical, and treat their employees properly. However, this ordinance and the onerous reporting requirements it places on contractors and vendors, I think, is an overreach and ill-advised. And that is not Jane Lum saying that. That's our city staff saying that. I submitted a lot of questions. I'm quoting city staff, so that is not Jane Lum. In response to questions I asked about these new requirements, staff responded, quote, "If this passes, the city would be putting itself unnecessarily at risk for more bid protests, higher bid costs, lower number of bids received, when it is already struggling to find contractors to bid. Staff believes this policy would reduce competition and effectively eliminate the smaller general contractors, period," end quote. I asked if there was any benchmarking done. No, there was not. I asked if we had reached out to current vendors or contractors for input. No, we have not done that. I asked if the staff workload would be significant to review and monitor all these new requirements. The response, yes, there would be. The staff opposition to this was obviously quite strong. It's not surprising though. Think about the impacts this ordinance likely will have. We're talking more bid protests and potential legal hassles, more staff workload and bureaucracy, less bidders at a time that we struggle to find bidders, and less competition, higher costs to the city, and disadvantaging the smaller guys. That doesn't sound like great legislation to me. And to be honest, I'm not sure there's a real problem here that needs fixing. For example, in response to questions about, I'll just pull one out, I asked, I'm assuming this change to the addition of responsible bidder does not change any other requirements such as prevailing wage. Correct, is the response. This RCP would have no impact on the city's current prevailing wage practices. I also asked, again, about these various other things, benchmarking and all that, which we have not done. And staff, again, iterated many concerns they have with these new bid requirements. I'd be fine if the sponsors wanted to postpone this in order to go back and try to work through the issues that staff has identified. And they've identified many issues, many concerns. And if so, I'd suggest they do a bit of best practice benchmarking. We've done none of that. And talk with the vendors and contractors as well. But if we were to vote tonight, I agree with staff. Again, this isn't Jane Lum, this is staff. But this is ill-advised as proposed, and I will not be supporting this even at first reading. Thank you.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I appreciate, as always, Councilmember Lum's questions to staff. And it just begs the question as to what is the problem here we're trying to solve? If I could ask the sponsors of this resolution anecdotally, what are we trying to address here that we have been faced with in the last several years that we're trying to solve? Because as a small business owner myself, I'm reading all this. You just take a pass. You don't have the resources, the staff to bid on something that you have just a chance of getting. And I agree with a lot of the concerns that staff has, that this is just going to drive away folks that would bid on projects, raise our cost of doing things. We get, sure, we get some nice things out of it to be more socially responsible perhaps, but I know a lot of people who game these things and to qualify for a minority business when they go out and find a minority and say, hey, here's a part of the business. This allows me to bid on some government contracts when it really isn't a truly minority owned business. They're just they got somebody who qualifies for that, and it allows them to bid on these kind of contracts just as a way that these things get gamed, and they get gamed by big fish. Small fish disappear. And as we're trying to promote small businesses and help the entrepreneur and folks, I really need to balance that with what we're asking for as a city as well. So again, my question is, what are the issues that we're trying to fix?
For my part, I guess I'll say that I think it's appropriate that we ensure that the contractors that are providing services to the city, that they are conducting their business and doing what is ultimately then, by extension, the public work in a manner that is responsible. And I think the criteria that we've identified here in the responsible bidding policy articulates those levels of responsibility. It's important that they have evidence of equal opportunity programs by way of example. It's important that they have an absence of violations of law and OSHA and MIOSHA violations by way of example. It's important that there be safety training. All the criteria here are established to ensure that contractors that are providing government service do so in a manner that's ethical and responsible. If there's instances of fraud, if there's instances of gaming the system with something that's not on the level, obviously that needs to be addressed, and that there needs to be sanctions associated with that. That's fraud. But I'm not anticipating that as being the fundamental problem, as being the baseline condition. I think we'll move the ball forward with this resolution.
I appreciate the response, but I don't think it really answered my question. I feel that this only stacks the deck against smaller people, smaller businesses. It makes it more expensive, and the only outfits that can afford to check all these boxes are the big box stores of contractors. And we lose out, and I don't think, in my opinion, are addressing a tangible problem that we've experienced. If we did, I definitely would like to hear about it.
Further discussion on the main motion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Lum.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand? Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Motion carries.
EC1, resolution supporting the Environmental Protection Agency's active involvement with the Gelman site and encouraging its listing of same as a Superfund site. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Eaton. Discussion, please, of DC1. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna, with the closed session we had last week and the news we have and the work we've been doing on the Gelman issue, that I think continuing to kick this can down the road without dealing with it is not so great, although the resolution is well written and well intended. This last year's worth of learning about what's happening with this process kind of moves me to ask my colleagues in accepting my motion to table this resolution. So I move to table this.
Seconded by Councilmember Smith. Roll call vote, please, on the tabling. I'm sorry, Councilmember Amali, there's no discussion on tabling.
Point of order.
Yes.
Yes.
Point of order.
Please.
When he moves to table, he has to give a reason for the tabling, and the event that would bring it back.
The event that brings it back isn't the event that bring it back.
If there's a contingent event. But he has to state a reason for tabling it.
I think there was a predicate.
Well, I mean, I moved the table because of the forthcoming public disclosure of the ongoing conversations we've had over the Gelman agreement. And I think it makes this moot at this point. I don't know if that counts or not, but that's why I moved the table it.
That's what I heard on the upfront.
I apologize.
Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Lum.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Umlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DC2, resolution directing the Planning Commission and City Administrator to evaluate Section 529.6 site plans of Chapter 55 Unified Development Code and propose amendments to adjust site plan authority thresholds and improve the communication of requirements. Moved by Councilmember Bannister, seconded by Councilmember Eaton. Discussion, please, of DC2. Councilmember Bannister.
Yes. Well, this is very similar to the ordinance amendment on the UDC Chapter 55 that we were just discussing a moment ago. This is something that Councilmember Eaton and I have been working on with the planning staff, and it came about because some of our local architects and local developers pointed out that for small projects, our planning process is costly and cumbersome. So we are, Councilmember Eaton and I are very excited to be trying to improve some of these systemic problems. And so what this particular resolution does is allows our planning department, Mr. Delacourt, to appoint a working group task force of some local people in the like architects and developers, and they are going to hammer out some of the improvements that have already been suggested and bring those back to us. So I think this is all a good positive way to improve so that our modest projects can go forward. Because right now, there's been a handful of modest projects that cannot be done because it's too difficult, cumbersome, lengthy to go through the site plan process. So this is going to make it so that these projects can move forward, because if they can't move forward, then a bigger developer maybe will come in and buy up a bunch of medium-sized projects and make a huge big building. So this is helping us maybe with some historic preservation. It might help with the 820 goals to keep existing buildings intact and use little buildings that were not previously improved or used. So I hope you will allow this working group to move forward and bring us their suggested improvements. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Since we've got you here, Mr. Leonard, could you tell us how this would impact the staff and planning commission's work plan for the rest of 2020?
The Planning Commission has actually incorporated a sort of a line item, if you will, for City Council directed ordinance amendments. This would certainly fit within that. Furthermore, with the recent sort of lapsing of funds to the comprehensive master plan work, I think that it's feasible for us to do this work, given our programming of the work plan and other project activities.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember Bannister for taking the lead on this. I've enjoyed working with her on this. I think it's important that we recognize that some projects are so small that they shouldn't have to go through the elaborate site plan and the related expenses of a major project. And so I look forward to seeing this come back to us. And I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, please.
Further discussion? Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also, a big thank you to Councilmember Bannister and Councilmember Eden for turning a constituent service opportunity into a systematic change. So thanks. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor as well. I think this is a great idea.
Further discussion? Councilmember Griswold. Councilmember Griswold, you're on mute. You're still on mute, Councilmember. You're off.
Okay, technical difficulty here with my space bar. Anyway, I would like to be added as a co-sponsor and echo the thanks to Councilmember Bannister. I think that this is critically important that we streamline the process for smaller developers because they are extremely important as we move towards mixed use and greater density. And with smaller developers, it can be done with much less disruption. Thank you.
Further discussion, Councilmember Lum.
Thank you. I'd also like to be added as a co-sponsor, and also appreciate Councilmember Bannister, your encouraging us to look at potential improvements to the site plan process for these smaller projects. I think it's the streamlining recommendations are excellent, and I look forward to the recommendations that come back to us. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? It's approved. DC3, resolution to advance healthy streets in downtown Ann Arbor to promote safe social distancing outdoors. Moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion, please, of DC3. Councilmember Ramlawi.
I guess I'll tee off on this. DC3 and DC4 are joined at the hip, I believe. This was brought to us last month and is being brought back for further consideration. Based on a few things, and I'll reserve my time for later. I find this approach probably not the best way of spending our tax dollars or going about experimenting on streets that are not designed, engineered, or built for pedestrians. We are in the midway point of summer. This program asks for 90 days. That puts us into October, well past the start of the school year. And I have a hard time supporting this. I think I speak for many when I say that the congestion on the streets and the confusion and the stress by motorists causes for more harmful engagement between cyclists and pedestrians and motorists. We have ongoing road construction in Michigan, and we have a lot of it here in Ann Arbor, of course. We have temporary street closures going on in the DDA district as well. And to throw on an experiment upon our residents right now, I believe is ill-advised, and I won't I can't support it right now, even under the spirit that this was brought forth in. I appreciate the spirit, but I just don't think this is a wise choice. And I will comment more later. Thank you.
Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, and thank you, Councilmember Lowey. I received an email today from a second ward resident who raised concerns that the data collection associated with this proposal would include surveillance cameras that could pose risks for privacy, data security and hacking, and the systems are expensive and difficult to manage. She also asked why we would spend money on a permanent surveillance system to collect data on a temporary action, which is what this is. And so if someone, a staff member could speak to these concerns, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Crawford, is there anyone available?
Yeah, Jackie, can you bring in the staff who are supporting this? I believe I was talking.
I'm doing that right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
While we're waiting, I will comment on the camera. As a pilot program, and Mr. Hupy or Raymond or one of the others can comment after me if they have additional comments. But as a pilot program, it's important to measure the effect that it's having. And so the purpose of the cameras was to establish a metric of activity. It's not designed to impose on privacy. But the members closer to this implementation can comment on how the design is.
This is Susan Pale. If I could ask my colleague Amber Miller, if you wouldn't mind answer the specifics of this question.
Sure. I think I was being brought in as the question was being asked.
You are here.
Can someone restate that, please?
Broadly, the question relates to the privacy concerns associated with data collection.
Yeah, I'll Ms. Miller, I was asking this question. It was a question that I received that the surveillance cameras could pose risk for privacy, data security, and hacking. That these systems are expensive and difficult to manage. And the specific question then was, why would we spend money on a permanent surveillance system to collect data on a temporary action, which is what this is?
Sure. So we are not proposing installing a surveillance system. What our team is proposing is some pretty standard data collection that allows us to monitor across multiple days and at multiple intersections. And it really is just to record traffic counts and movements. And it goes away after the data collection period. And it is pretty standard practice. If there's a lot of discomfort with it, then we can use a different approach as well.
Okay. I was following up on a question from a second ward resident, but there were others who wrote to council as well with similar concerns. Councilmember Malawi, I don't know if you heard some of what he had to say. He and I, as has been noted, have been attending these meetings with the Merchant Association directors and others, the DDA obviously, to discuss the street closings. And my concern with this proposal, I have some concerns. I mean, there are reasons to support, but concerns that I have, well, one has to do with the timing. I mean, the situation is different now than in May when the resolution was passed. And I again, to the timing, the need doesn't seem as significant now. That the benefits are less clear to me, and importantly, not all businesses are, most businesses like what we've done downtown, as we have in the way we've closed the streets for outdoor dining for the retailers and others. But on this, it's definitely not clear to me that the business community supports this, because what are we hearing about the confusion caused customers and the difficulty to access, everything from parking structures, if you're trying to get in off Maynard, or just to get in and around downtown. It's been confusing for some, and it's not clear to me as well how this fits with the other actions that we've taken in terms of the downtown city street closures and allowing use of the public right of way. So maybe you could speak to some of that.
Sure. So really, the impetus for this is to provide safe access and physical distancing to those closures and to the downtown area. And we're bringing it forward in response to the City Council resolution on May 4th that asked that staff identify opportunities to use streets to expand safe social distancing. That's why this is before you today. If you remember, related to timing, if you remember from our presentation, we referenced the National Association of City Transportation Officials and their recommendations. And these are the kinds of treatments that they are recommending for reopening and pre-vaccine. As more and more people are returning to work, and as more and more people are out traveling, the numbers of people using the sidewalk space is increasing. And so the need for physical distancing space is increasing as well. And I'll see if my colleague Raymond has anything to add.
Yeah, thanks, Amber. I think that's absolutely right. The need for social distancing still exists as we understand it. I know many of you have probably been following in the news in terms of what's been happening with cases. And so, as the community starts to come back to life, I think the need, as Amber mentioned, for continued social distancing, especially for those who choose active forms of transportation, will still continue to be there. And so we're really just trying to figure out kind of some backbone networks that can provide that opportunity for the community.
I got Councilor Ramlawi. You're on mute, council member.
Yeah, I didn't expect to speak so soon, but I just will again reiterate the fact that people are asking for social distancing. I get it, but looking at the streets that are outlined here, those aren't the streets that I'm getting emails on. Where I'm getting emails is the Cascades, is Liberty Plaza, is bars. And I appreciate staff's effort in response to council's direction on May 4th. During that time, we were looking at a lot of things, including our program that we currently have in place now with the downtown streets. Here we're looking at something that's somewhat different. It's looking at a lot of other main arteries that are currently open right now that are slated for significant changes on top of the already difficulties in navigating the downtown when our other streets are under construction and closed. And being a motorist, a cyclist, and a pedestrian, I can say that the stressed out, frustrated motorist is a dangerous one. And when we continue to apply more and more street closures and experiments on our residents and guests, we actually are increasing the risk and not mitigating it. And I appreciate the efforts that have been put forth. But in reality, when you're putting this on top of what exists already, and then you add $1,000 a day price tag, I start to question whether this is the right place for our resources to be deployed. So we are hearing folks that want to increase social distancing, but it's not on the Broadway Bridge. It's not on South Main, and it's not on Division Street. That's not where folks are asking for increased social distancing with all the information that I've been receiving.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I was one of the co-sponsors of the original Safe Social Distancing Outdoors, and never in my wildest dreams did I expect a plan like this. For one thing, safety is a guiding principle. And we talked about sidewalks and we talked about illumination. I feel that they have been totally ignored. Sidewalks are safer for pedestrians than streets. So why don't we have our sidewalks clear of overgrown vegetation and other building materials? That should be step number one. I also ask for engineering drawings. There is no way that we can intermix pedestrians and vehicular traffic at the Broadway Bridge entrance at Division and whatever those other streets are. We haven't been able to get our crosswalk signs correct. In many cases, Ann Arbor already has organic, healthy streets. It's working fine in many areas. And I feel like this is just being used as an experiment to add some road diets in places where no one is asking for them for safe social distancing. We haven't had an engineer look at this. We got sort of a little dissertation from Tool Design, but I'd like to report that we have a crisis. And I know I sound like a broken record, but our 2019 crash rate went up by 15 crashes, 25% over the previous year. Serious injuries went up. 2019 was our worst year since 2004. And we can't just say it's going up everywhere. In Michigan, their top for serious injuries and all crashes was 2015. They then started a Vision Zero-based program, and those crashes in both categories have been coming down. So it really disappoints me that we can't have safe social distancing outdoors as was described in the resolution, and instead we've got something that looks like a road diet plan. I would like to see a bike lane added on Packard. I think that is valid and we should go forward with that. I would also like to see an aggressive traffic calming program in some of the areas because I think that's really what people are asking for. Oh, and lastly, the resolution referred to giving staff authority for residential streets. That has been rewritten by staff to be local streets. There may not be any technical difference, but from the community member's perspective, a local street is very different than a residential street. Sunset is not considered a residential street with a cemetery, with our water treatment facility, and the Elks Lodge, and a few other.
That's 3 minutes. Councilmember Smith?
Yeah, you know, I'm listening to this discussion, and you know, first I want to say thank you to all of the staff that brought these ideas forward. I think you've done diligent, good work. You know, I think the way that I think about it is, yeah, they're stressed out drivers, but you know, seeding this point and saying, well, we're just going to let them speed around our town and you know, terrorize people as it is. I don't think that's the answer. I think people want to feel safer when they're out walking and biking with their families. There are more kids out. I think this is a perfectly reasonable way to attack this. It's not a permanent solution. I think we have to be bold and try things. And I think if we're not willing to try things, then we should just say, we're fine with the status quo and we can improve. So that's my thoughts on the matter. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. As the other co-sponsor of the May resolution, this conversation disappoints me in a pretty profound way. Part of the conversation that I had and why I was reluctant to compromise initially was that I didn't want to have this conversation in front of council. I was reassured that by many of you sitting here tonight, that if we did have to have council approval for downtown streets, it was more from an information perspective so that we could give a little feedback, but that of course we were all in favor of having these changes to our downtown streets. I've heard some other rhetoric that disappoints me, this idea that streets aren't for pedestrians. All streets are for pedestrians and cyclists and motorists. That's why we have a complete streets policy in our city. I share the frustration of Councilmember Smith. I think this is the opportunity where we should be thanking our staff for coming up with these ideas, looking at these pinch points, looking at the feedback we receive from the community about which streets we would like to see more opportunities for walking and cycling, and using this time to gather data at pinch points like State and Packard, where it's made me nervous to bike through that intersection every time, and I've done it many times. So this, to me, if we don't approve it, is a real lost opportunity. I think it, and I feel badly for all the effort that staff put into this if we're not going to be good to our word that we were going to support what we heard from so many members of the community about what they wanted in our streets, just because some people are scared of road diets.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, I haven't had anybody tell me they're scared of a road diet. I have had people say, "Are you crazy? You're going to restrict the Broadway Bridge to 2 lanes?" And some of you may recall that when we did the train station location analysis, they insisted that if there's any more traffic in that area, they'd have to add a lane to the Broadway Bridge, which it seemed ludicrous at the time. And now we're not considering adding a lane for a whole development on the Mishcon site down there. And so, yeah, I'm just, the Broadway Bridge is a sticking point for me. So we're going to take 1 lane out of the division is what I'm understanding. And then 1 lane out of the Broadway Bridge to make it just 1 in each direction. I don't see how this is going to go down and how it's going to work with our traffic flow. Some of these sites, as others have said, some of these sites seems perfectly appropriate and long overdue, and some of it seems like a non-starter. And so I don't know how we tease those out without saying yes or no to all of them. Is there any way that we say, I think this is inappropriate in this location based on living there for 35 years and the emails that I've gotten from other folks who got wind of this? Or can we tease these out, or is it all or nothing? Does anybody want to comment to that? Do I need to move to amend the list somehow, which isn't even full before me? I'm still not clear exactly what's happening.
Is there a staff thought on that?
Mr. Hupy, I don't know if you have guidance, but I would think that an amendment to the resolution would allow council to express their views on this and modify what was offered.
Yep. Yeah, I think that would be helpful to get the clarity. If there are some areas that you see that there could be support, that would be helpful.
And I would second that, Susan.
I mean, I think just a simple resolve clause removing or asking to remove certain road segments.
Yeah, the way DC3 and DC4 are written, and it's not clear what's happening with what. There's no, I mean, I would have preferred to see this in a form with the name of the street and a picture of exactly what you're trying to do to it right next to it, instead of this cryptic map with a key. And then we had the presentation that was blown through, which showed this might be what we do to the Broadway Bridge, and this might be what we do here and there. And I know we had a shot at looking at that this week, and I took a look at that, and it just, I don't know. I'm going to pass my time while I get together a resolution.
Councilmember Lum.
I guess just a question, really. You're talking about adding a resolve clause to eliminate which streets shown on the pilot map.
Was that a question, staff? I'm sorry.
Anyone who can answer this question, because I heard that there's going to be a resolve, it was recommended to add a resolve clause to eliminate certain streets or certain segments of streets. So I'm looking at the map, that's the Smith Group map for this pilot. And yeah, it's not clear what we'd be voting on.
I guess it all depends upon what the desire is. I think by way of example, there is a resolved clause in, there's a resolved clause that identifies approved lane and street reconfigurations for Miller Avenue, Catherine Division, South Main, and so forth. An amendment to remove X street from that resolved clause might be on point.
Seems like we're doing this by committee, and this is a big deal. And to be talking about, okay, you pick and choose what streets. I mean, it's all interconnected. This is not the forum to sit here and, you know, reinvent that wheel. Sorry.
Councilmember Griswold.
I won't be supporting any amendments nor these two resolutions. I have asked repeatedly for a professional engineer with Vision Zero expertise. There's not a professional engineer here. If there had been one on the team, and I don't mean to criticize the people that are working on this, but the team is deficient. It does not have an engineer. It does not have someone who's going to put the information in the format that Councilmember Hayner mentioned. The other thing is anyone who's going to do a design of experiments, they identify what success looks like, they identify what failure looks like. It's not just a matter of let's try something and see what happens for a few days. Because the question I have, and I don't mean to be harsh and blunt, but this is the kind of question that I receive from my constituents. When someone dies, who's responsible? Who is responsible if these are approved? And I will not be bullied and badgered into accepting something that is not safe and that has not been designed by a professional engineer where the drawings have a signature of a PE. So please don't bring back anything in the future that hasn't been signed by a PE. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Hubie, could I ask you a question? When someone's conducting construction on private property and has to close a public street or a public sidewalk to do so, do their plans for closing that public sidewalk and creating a walkway in the street, does that require a public engineer's signature and seal?
No.
So, I mean, essentially, we're asking to do that, except we're not asking a private entity to submit plans. We're asking our professional staff to do the exact same, something that doesn't require a professional engineer's input, signature, or seal, you know, all 365 other days of the year for very, very similar action. You know, we're in the midst of a pandemic. People need to wear masks and people need to stay away from each other. People also need to go outside. People also need to be able to get downtown to small businesses. People need to enjoy and have access to our parks. They need to wear masks and they need to stay away from each other. This is a means by which we can accomplish that. You know, we're bringing up a lot of small nitpicky issues at I'd say the 11th hour, but we've already gone into the next day because this is the second time we're talking about this. You know, we've had 3 weeks since the last meeting. We passed the initial resolution in May. If you truly wanted to accomplish this, we all could have submitted any of this feedback at any point over the last 2 months. And now we're talking about trimming trees that cover up sidewalks. Submit an A2 fix it. Submit pull out your app, take a picture on your phone, send it into staff. You know, this is different. This is a small project.
Point of order. Do not belittle me and the people who have died in our roadways and tell me to submit a
Councilmember, that's not a point of order. Councilmember Ackerman, you have the floor.
In any case, these are all things we could have addressed really easily over email or phone call over the last 2 months. And here we are talking about relatively minor things that we wouldn't ask to be done in most other contexts. So, thanks.
I've got Councilmember Hayner on the queue. I forget whether I've had you at 2 or 1 in this conversation. Have you spoken twice, Councilmember?
No, this will be my second, and I'll be brief.
Thank you.
So, we're constantly referring back to this May 4th, but I'm looking at the May 4th, the notes from the May 4th, and it says DC 7 removed 11-0, removed from agenda May 4th. So I'm not exactly sure how all that happened. The Broadway Bridge is DC 4. This is the ongoing confusion with this downtown, near downtown, outside of downtown. I don't know why this wasn't all bundled up in one big thing, but this is the way it's coming back to us. And so, I'll hold off until DC 4, and I might just say no to all these. This isn't the same as a temporary closure of a sidewalk to have somebody walk in the street. This is closing lanes of traffic, the long-standing lanes of traffic where people know that this is a road, and now all of a sudden, no, it's not a road, it's a sidewalk. It's a big difference. That's a big difference. And I also say that, we got some grief from a caller earlier who rightly pointed out that this was taking a long time to get these things done. Why have you taken so long? Well, the entire time that this notion's been floating out there about closing streets, that, Mr. Mayor, you've had the authority under your emergency powers to close any streets you wanted to. And so I think putting this back on city council is not exactly, it's not exactly a common fault that we share in the delays over this. This is a big deal. I don't like the idea of putting people in the street where it used to be a car and now all of a sudden it's a street. Sidewalk or a bike path or whatever. I don't like any of this kind of temporary, messing around with our street and lane configurations. And this notion that it's some sort of, tactical urban guerrilla street kind of style thing that we're taking on here, like the Tool Report talks to, just makes me nervous. And I know we're all exempt from, responsibility for these poor decisions we make here, but it won't make me feel any better when somebody gets crushed because it used to be a street and now it's a sidewalk. I mean, how many semi-trucks have I seen up on the corner of the base of Broadway Bridge at, High Street there that they think it's a street and they drive across this crosswalk. I mean, it's 5 since they've reconfigured that. We've reported that flat work 3 times. This is too hairy for me. I'm not interested in supporting this.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yes, I just wanted to give the comment why I wasn't going to be supporting this either. I agree with much of what has been said, but I also wanted to respond to Councilmember Ackerman's that why now at the 11th hour. And, I have heard from a whole bunch of, Sunset is in Ward 1, Precinct 8. And I have been out there in the neighborhood and I have heard from it unanimous. Everyone, it's a huge topic of discussion. They're saying, please don't close Sunset. We need it. And I have submitted that and we've been bantering it around, at City Hall. But the word is it's going to be closed, even against council member and resident protest. So I will continue to work on that because the residents are saying, please do not close Sunset, which is a local street. And so that's some of the backstory that's going on. And for any of the residents watching, we'll keep working on it. Thank you.
Further discussion of DC 3. I'm going to vote in favor of this as might be expected. First off, I guess I'll observe that neither Sunset nor Broadway are addressed in this resolution. Those are both the next, as I understand it, DC 4. In any event, I also think that I'd like to extend my thanks to staff for getting the work done that we asked them to do, which is the work that many of our residents asked us to do. We do need to affect social distancing in a way that we've not before. We need to affect transit in a way that admits to or supports social distance. And I believe that that what we have here is a step forward in that direction. It's what our residents want us to do. I believe it is the smart thing to do. It's a prudent thing to do, and I'm going to support it tonight. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Lum.
Councilmember Lum,
No.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Amlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Bannister,
No.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
motion carries.
Let's roll with just one more resolution so that we can, so that staff who are associated with these two can leave us when they're done. And perhaps much of our conversation for DC3 can be relevant to DC4. DC4 resolution to advance healthy streets outside of downtown Ann Arbor to promote safe social distancing outdoors and appropriate $15,000 in fiscal year 20 major street fund operations and maintenance budget. Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of DC4. Councilmember Hayner.
Oh. Yeah, I'd like to pass. I didn't know that was left over.
Thank you. My apologies. Further discussion of DC4. Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, this includes the Broadway Bridge. It does not include Sunset. Sunset is a local street that staff considered a neighborhood street, and they are moving forward with it, even though there's been considerable input and concern raised by a professional engineer who uses that road and by Councilmember Bannister. I drove that area today. There is a blind curve with overgrown vegetation, and Councilmember Ackerman, you can put in a C-Click fix ticket if you would like to. But we need proactive measures to address this overgrown vegetation. It's been going on since 1995. I spent time in northern Michigan. I did not see overgrown vegetation in the roadway or on sidewalks anywhere for 4 days. So there's no excuse for us to have it. So anyway, Sunset is not part of DC4. Sunset is going forward. There is a blind curve. It is extremely dangerous. And I'm asking staff right now publicly to take another look at that, and please have a professional engineer look at the site distance at the corner. Thank you.
Thank you for that correction. I appreciate it. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you. Right. I appreciate the clarification, Councilmember Griswold. And in addition to the Broadway Bridge area, this includes South Main, Pontiac Trail, Packard, and the I'll just say, you know, when we did the temporary, initially, traffic reconfiguration in the Carytown area, that impacted a lot of folks. I do think what evolved in the Carytown area was a positive, and in terms of improving crosswalk safety in that area. But I will also just say that we heard from a lot of folks who enter downtown from the northeast area. Coming in off the Broadway Bridge is a major artery. So it is, you know, there's a high volume of traffic there. And I do think that, you know, just as even though Sunset's not included in this, it'll be looked at separately. This is this is like DC3 for a 90-day period. But has also been noted to us to do this now, 90 days time. You know, hopefully school will be starting back, and it does indicate that staff will be able to obtain public feedback on the benefits and issues, and through, you know, what is called engagement tools, which is a good thing, obviously. But the timing seems a bit off now to be doing this. So. I like with DC3, I have mixed feelings, similar pros and cons with the downtown version. And I welcome hearing other, you know, comments, but I am hesitant to approve this.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. And I apologize. conflated these two resolutions because they are quite similar, and I understand now that there are some nuances in the fact that one is in downtown, one is out of downtown, and so a lot of my criticism on DC3 is really on DC4. You know, the streets that are outlined are major arteries that carry thousands of cars that weigh thousands of pounds each, and the disruption that it's going to cause, I think, would pose a greater risk to our pedestrians and cyclists and other motorists, for that matter, in the way that things are laid out here, and the time frame that's going to be covered, extending into October, with students moving back, with the activities that come into town around Labor Day and after Labor Day. I just don't want to be responsible for the mayhem and God forbid injuries or deaths that are resulted as a result of this. I will concur with my colleague, Mrs. Kathy Griswold, is that we've been arguing for a Vision Zero champion, to have someone here who can make sure that all our policies and practices are consistent, and it's not ad lib and left for last minute amendments and changes to our plans, as we all often result in. I won't be supporting this. Perhaps we can revisit it next year at a much earlier time in the calendar and put this, you know, at the time of the year where it's best and most needed. But the time frame and the roads that are outlined, I think, are going to create a more dangerous situation than mitigate the possible dangers that exist now.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm not going to support closing the Broadway Bridge like this. I think it's just not, it's not a responsible action. So, you know, and I guess I had a question generally about this, because when you look at the city charter, it says in section 4.4 that you know, no street, alley, or public ground can be vacated without the votes of 8 members of council. And so we don't consider that this, where we're taking a street and turning it into a sidewalk, vacating. I mean, it seems odd to me. It seems like this is an 8-vote question we have before us here.
Mr. Postema, you're on mute.
I mean, because it's still for public use, we're considering that it's the same, but turning a road into a sidewalk, essentially, or pedestrian and bike right of way, seems like vacating a public ground or vacating a street or alley.
Vacation is effectively turning it over to a third party.
Yeah, it's still within the public domain. So a vacation is getting rid of something that somebody else then owns or has dominion over. So it's just a change of use.
Okay, it just seems very odd to me and inappropriate in several of these locations. So I won't support this resolution.
Further discussion of the main motion. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Lum.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Let's take a short break. It's 9:55. Let's reconvene at 10:05. 10:05. Thank you. We are here after a short break. DC 5, resolution to appoint Carrie Leahy to the Local Development Finance Authority, moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved with, I think, 11. Am I missing anybody? Approved with 11 council members present, all voting the affirmative, thus satisfying the 7-vote requirement. DC 6, resolution to appoint Elizabeth Briggs to the Greenbelt Advisory Commission, moved by Councilmember Graham, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of DC 6. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. DC 7, resolution to appoint Wasentha Young to the to the Ann Arbor Public Art Commission, moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of DC 7. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 7-vote requirement. DC 8, resolution to remove Floria Tsui from the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board and appoint Ella Hall, moved by Council Member Ackerman, seconded by Council Member Griswold. Discussion, please, of DC 8. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? It is approved with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 7-vote requirement. DC 9, resolution to impose a temporary moratorium on all new development or expansion of existing development that requires site plan approval in the C1A and C1AR zoning districts, or rezonings to the C1A or C1AR zoning districts in conjunction with the study and revision of the Unified Development Code related to these districts, moved by Council Member Eaton, seconded by Council Member Bannister. Discussion, please, of DC 9. Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I've sent an amendment to the clerk, and I'm not sure if she's distributed that yet. Anyway, the resolution would add the phrase, as well as any request to rezone from other zoning districts to C1A and C1AR, to the middle of the paragraph, right after zoning the word zoning district.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Bannister. Councilmember Eaton, you have the floor.
Thank you. As has been noted in past, these zoning districts were adopted in the mid-60s as part of a number of zoning classifications to allow for high-rises in the downtown area and near campus. And until the Lower Town project, they had fallen into disuse and had not been applied to any new properties for about 20 years. And so it's my belief that we should review those as to whether they're antiquated and obsolete, and whether they should be continued. And this resolution accomplishes that and calls for a moratorium while that study happens. I believe it's timely, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
We have a motion and an amendment. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Ramlawi.
Is this on the amendment or on the main motion? I'm sorry.
It's on the amendment. Is the amendment friendly to the body? Amendment's friendly. Councilmember Ramlawi, you have the floor on the motion as amended.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. A few things here. I'll probably have to speak twice on this. I guess our sponsor's last comments raised the question as to who determines what appropriateness is? How do we understand what the goal is here what are we trying to solve with this moratorium? Because moratoriums are it's a severe card to pull. This is not, it's something that should be only used when things are imminent or at the doorsteps. And I just don't understand why we can't address this type of zoning without putting the moratorium in place. Like, the moratorium is to protect us from some imminent threat that we're facing, and I'm just not aware of one just yet. And if the sponsors of this could please let me know, or staff for that matter, what development is imminent or could be imminent that would threaten our ability to make a decision, which we have the fiduciary responsibility of holding, that we would have to protect ourselves from making decisions. I'm just a little confused at this point with why a moratorium is being asked for. I think that, again, should be a last resort. It's a nuclear option.
Councilmember Bannister, you have
I think I can partially answer some of that, and then others can fill in the gaps. Councilmember Ramlawi, before you were on council, it was actually my first meeting when we experienced C1AR for the first time down at the Lower Town development. And that has caused a lot of difficulty in Ward 1. And we have received a lot of email and feedback, unanimous and consistent, from the neighborhood groups there, that coming out of the problems that they will have to live with, they would like for it not to happen again to any other neighborhoods in the city. And so to that end, the moratorium itself is needed, because we have seen C1AR used or tried to have been used at the Broadway Park, 841 Broadway, just the DTE lot. We saw it again trying to be used at the Garnet. And in all of those cases, the PUD was the preferred option because of the community benefits that it provides, and also one of the biggest of all of the community benefits is the affordable housing contributions that we're able to negotiate developer provided. So before we mislead any future developers to plan with the C1AR zoning, this is why we're bringing forth the moratorium. So to avoid any unnecessary delays or lawsuits or wasted staff time and resident time and council time, I would ask that it would be more efficient if we can put a temporary moratorium while we study better how to make this process work more smoothly. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think it's wise and prudent to revisit any parts of our zoning code that were written in the 1960s. It would be inconsistent for me to say, we need to re-examine the single-family zoning codes that were written in the 1960s, right after redlining, if I didn't also think that we should reevaluate these. So I think that's totally fine and reasonable. I am hesitant, like Councilmember Ramlawi, to embrace a moratorium. I think a lot of the powers that you get out of a moratorium, for example, this hearing on the front end, is accomplishable through our approval processes and the legislative discretion we have when we approve a rezoning. So I think we don't gain any power in this. I can respect and understand the idea of being more upfront about it. I just don't think this meets the threshold of concern necessary to input a moratorium. So I won't be voting for this. However, I think revisiting any zoning code written in the 1960s is reasonable.
Further discussion? Councilmember Lum.
Thank you. I thought I'd raise my hand. Thank you for catching it. I would like to thank Councilmember Eaton for bringing this forward. I'm happy to support it, and I would like to have my name added as a co-sponsor, please. As Councilmember Bannister noted, we experienced a couple of instances, most recently with 325 East Summit. That was a residential proposal where there was an attempt to force fit this obscure campus business district zoning on a project that was, in this case, A, not a business, and B, not in the core campus area. I don't think that's how zoning should be done. And I fully agree there's a need to clarify where and when these zoning districts should be used, if at all, and provide clear guidance to both the developers and the public. And that's what this resolution does. It directs the Planning Commission to evaluate these zoning classifications and their viability and to return to council within 180 days with recommendations. I also think it's important to note that there is no height limit at all in these C1A zoning districts. And when there is no height limit, the location and the compatibility with the surrounding areas becomes especially critical. I also agree that while the Planning Commission 6-month evaluation is taking place, it's appropriate to have a temporary moratorium on any new C1A or C1AR zoning requests. I think that makes the rules clear and avoids the possibility that a petitioner invests resources to head down a path on zoning that ultimately does not get approved. So I'm happy to support this. And again, my thanks to Councilmember Eaton for taking the lead on this. Thank you.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I agree with the sentiments expressed by a couple of my colleagues, Councilmember Mlawi and Ackerman, that we have the ability, and I think Councilmember Bannister pointed it out in her examples, that there were two potential C1A or C1AR proposals. One was turned into a PUD at the council table. I didn't personally support that, but it was the will of the body. And one, I believe, was really, preemptively turned into a PUD because it was a site, the DTE site was right across the street from Lower Town, and the developer knew what the sentiment was of the council. It wasn't a secret. And if you're going to make that kind of major investment in a development, you're not going to ask for zoning that you don't believe is reasonable from a council. You would do your homework. So I believe that we have the ability. I would be supportive of having planning look at this, but I would be also remiss if I didn't point out that I have a much higher priority for planning to look at and review zoning, which is the T1 zoning when we look at the housing crisis that we have in our community. And many of the reasons why some of you did not support sending T1 to planning was concern that during COVID, they didn't have the ability to review any sort of zoning changes. And so even though many of us have professed support for transportation-oriented development as a market solution to our housing crisis and the need to have density along the transit corridors, T1 still was not sent to planning because there were concerns. So I would maybe like to hear from either staff or some of the sponsors why they were inconsistent in their concern about not sending T1 zoning to Planning Commission, but are perfectly happy to send the C1AR review that way.
Councilmember Smith.
So, I think Councilmember Rumlawi hit a lot of my stuff. I don't think this rises to the level of needing a moratorium, but I think my question is number one, the arbitrariness in the language of the resolution as to what might be exempt. I'm extremely uncomfortable with, and I wouldn't support that. But I also look at our zoning map, and there are about 50 parcels at State and Packard that are all zoned C1AR. What happens to those? What if somebody acquires those and wants to redevelop them? They're already zoned that way. As long as what they do is consistent with the zoning ordinance, they're entitled to do that. So I have real concerns about that as well. So I'm not going to support this, but I would support asking the Planning Commission to develop, take a look at it, and perhaps better define what near campus means. Thanks.
Further discussion? Councilmember Heener.
Thank you. Councilman Smith brings up an interesting question. So this is scheduled for a 120-day review, and because there are existing properties that are zoned that way, maybe this is a question for Mr. McDonald or something, but this moratorium, if the moratorium's on, well, this is being reviewed, and then a developer comes to us and says, well, we got a project that starts, will we accept their plans? Will they be able to have their plans start running through our system, even though there's a moratorium on, or does that mean that planning department just puts up its hands and says, can't take it, don't ask?
That is the purpose of the moratorium. It would, in effect, stop a new development that requires a site plan. So if it's a smaller development that doesn't require a site plan, it could go forward. However, if it required a site plan, that's exactly what the moratorium would do. It would prevent staff from processing that application for a temporary period of time until the end of the 180 days, or if something comes forward before that in terms of suggestion from staff and the moratorium is lifted.
And that the power to lift that rests with this body?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Councilmember Amlani.
Thank you. Yeah, I just am extremely concerned with the chilling effect that this resolution has in the message that is giving investors and developers throughout the area as to how welcoming we are as a body to development. We are freezing the potential ability of current property owners of investing in making best use of their property. And we're doing this because we don't trust ourselves. We have the ultimate control and the final say on this, and why this can't be just sent to staff or directed in a resolution that what we're asking for without the moratorium. I mean, moratoriums have a very long-lasting and chilling effect on folks, and I don't know if the cost is worth it. I think we can achieve addressing our concerns without applying a moratorium on folks who have and pay taxes on property they currently own, and I just don't think that's necessary in this case.
Further discussion? Perhaps what someone might consider doing is offering an amendment that would delete the second, third, fourth, and fifth resolve clause. If that were done.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I've just sent an amendment to the clerk, which would pare down the moratorium only to requests for rezoning to those two districts. I think that would take care of any currently zoned C1A or C1AR properties that might be developed in the next 188 days, and just simply create a moratorium on petitions to rezone from a different zoning district to one of those two. I think that's actually what I originally intended to do, and perhaps staff misunderstood my original request, and I wasn't careful enough in reviewing their work. So I would like to have a moratorium on requests for rezoning from any other classification to these two classifications for 180 days. Because then we're not sending mixed messages to developers who may come forward with a project that they think is suitable for this kind of zoning while we are reviewing whether we're going to continue this zoning. But any parcel of property that's currently zoned either C1A or C1AR is grandfathered in, even if we do eliminate this zoning district. So,
is there a second to that amendment? Seconded by Councilmember Bannister. Is that amendment friendly to the body? I'm going to deem that friendly. Further discussion, the main motion is amended. Councilmember Grant.
Just quickly, for the same reasons that I didn't support the moratorium in the first place, I think we have an incredibly high standard for rezoning at council. So, it would clearly have to be an excellent fit for someone to bring forward that rezoning request at this point. And I don't think we need to handcuff ourselves on any potential development if it is truly a mixed use near campus proposal.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, if one were to move an amendment to strike all the resolve clauses but the first, would that have the effect of sending this to Planning Commission for their review over the course of the next 6 months and then reporting back to City Council minus the moratorium? Would that accomplish?
It would.
Okay.
As I believe it would, but
yeah. I'm going to move that amendment. So I'm going to move to strike all resolve clauses but the first. I hope
second
is what everyone wants.
Seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Councilmember Ackerman, you still have the floor.
Simply, I hope this reaches some compromise and gets people, what they're looking for without kind of pulling.
Let me suggest that we all have a notion as to how we will vote as to whether or not on this amendment, and that we move to a vote on it. Essentially, the amendment is to resolve this so that it is merely a referral of the zoning districts to Planning Commission without a moratorium. Discussion. Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, can we see what we're voting on here? Is that?
It's just the deletion of the second, third, fourth, and fifth resolved clauses.
The only resolved clause would be the first, Councilmember Hayner.
So the resolution would thereafter read in its entirety that City Council hereby direct the Planning Commission to evaluate the continued viability of C1A, C1AR districts and make recommendations whether to eliminate them consistent with this resolution within 180 days. Councilmember Lum on the amendment.
So Mr. Leonard is here, or who I should direct this to. Thank you for popping up. So we're saying just go off and study this. No temporary moratorium if this amendment passes. And do you think that this then makes it clear that I am concerned about petitioners going down the path, investing their time and money on zoning, and it doesn't ultimately get approved? Because are you just going to, I don't know, give them a heads up that this might not be worth the trip for them? Should they choose the zoning classification and pursue that?
So definitely we would share with them the sentiment that these districts are being evaluated if we're so directed. Generally, I will tell you, we are perpetually talking with petitioners to advise them about the challenges and opportunities we see with different zoning district when they're seeking a rezoning for a potential development. But I would say ultimately we cannot mandate somebody applies for a certain zoning district or not. But the short of it is, yes, we provide advice and recommendations to the extent We believe it's the proper course all the time, and we would certainly share this, that this work was being undertaken, and therefore it added some question to, frankly, the viability or challenges in pursuing these districts at this time.
Thanks. And I'm just concerned because we have, real-time examples of, where the petitioners went down this path and then it backfired, and the most recent one, of course, is 325 East Summit.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, we've had those recent examples, but at the same time, as noted in the agenda questions, we've had 2 petitions for these districts over the last 10 years. So generally, it's infrequent, but we have had 2 examples over more recent time.
Well, over 10 years, but over the last 3?
2. Yeah.
I've got Ramlawi, then Bannister on the amendment, which I'll just say strikes me that people already know how they're going to vote on this one, but perhaps not. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Did we include the word revise after eliminate? So it's not just to come back and make recommendations to eliminate, but to eliminate or revise C1A and C1AR.
Yeah.
I guess that would be friendly to me. Hold, if I can ask you to hold that thought, because that's applicable, I think, whether this amendment passes or not passes.
I will speak to the leader.
All right, Councilmember Nelson.
I apologize. I'm not sure. I didn't receive it in my email and I didn't catch it fast enough. Councilmember Ackerman, I apologize. What your amendment is to remove all the resolve clauses except for the final one? Is that what you said?
No,
except for the first one.
Except for the first. Okay. All right. I apologize. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just make the recommendation that you also remove the final 2 whereas clauses, which go toward the moratorium and not the substance of the resolution itself.
Is that can we have that as a friendly amendment to the body?
Yeah, that makes sense.
That'll be moved by Ackerman, seconded by Grand, and that amendment is friendly to the body. That is to say, the amendment to the amendment. Let's have a roll call vote, please, on the amendment. For clarity, the amendment would involve the deletion of this last whereas clause and the penultimate whereas clause. It would affect the deletion of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th resolved.
That's the last 2 whereas clauses?
That's correct. Affect the deletion of the last 2 whereases and the last 4 resolved clauses, leaving the first resolved clause by itself. Councilmember Eaton?
Yes. So I'm really worried that we're sending a mixed message here. When the Garnet came before us, some of us were criticized harshly for making the developer jump through extra hoops and delaying the project for 3 months because the developer insisted on pursuing C1A zoning and creating a moratorium on changing zoning of other districts to one of these 2 just makes clear that we're not going to entertain that and saves the developers all of that bother. And it's only for 6 months. It's not like we're going to have a building boom in the next 6 months during this recession. If we send a clear message to developers that while we study these 2 zoning districts, they shouldn't bring forward proposals to rezone properties to these 2 districts. I think that just clarifies our intentions. But, because the criticism was so harsh about how we handled the Garnet in order to get it brought to us as a PUD, I think that we really should seriously consider that we place a moratorium on rezoning to these 2 classifications, just for sake of clarity.
Further discussion of the amendment. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Lum.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
No.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Bannister,
No.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
motion fails.
Further discussion, the main motion as amended. Councilmember Ackerman?
Just a prompt to Councilmember Ramlawi. I thought your amendment earlier was great, and it'd be great to introduce it even still.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
This is on the main motion that I won't be supporting. I appreciate Councilmember Ackerman's, gratitude, but I mean, I'm not going to make amendments to a motion I'm not supporting.
Councilmember Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This week, this was the only item on the agenda that I raised questions about when I submitted questions to the agenda. And I was just struck by how few examples there are of this being applied for as a zoning, and the fact that it's fairly recently. And to me, it's not that, I think it's interesting that we're quibbling over sort of putting a suspension on this for 6 months while it's talked about. It doesn't strike me that there's going to be a great deal of effect for that. But I guess I would be very interested in having a serious discussion. Like when the maps that are attached to the response to the agenda are rather striking. We had this cluster at the campus, and then all of a sudden there's sort of these outliers. I guess I also, speaking of what Mr. Leonard mentioned about how developers are kind of advised about what direction to go, and if there's any guidance to be taken from the actions of council in the last couple of years in terms of like a preference for PUDs and a preference for not putting this zoning further out from campus. I guess I just don't see a real great effect or for it being suspended for 6 months. I just don't, it doesn't seem like a real big consequence to me, and it would be meaningful to have a discussion about it. Thanks.
Councilmember Hayner?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Since I am going to support this, I'd like to offer a amendment that it says in the first resolve clause where it says whether to eliminate or modify C1A and C1AR zoning. And I'm not sure what form that modification would take, but I can certainly picture what planning might say. Okay, let's define where they're allowed better. Let's say it does have a height limit. Let's say it's this or that. I mean, I can think of modifications I would enjoy to see in that myself. So I'd like to move that we amend that resolve clause to say or modify.
Is there a second? Second by Councilor Lum. Is that friendly to the body? Thank you. Further discussion, the main motion is amended. Councilor Hayner.
Thanks. Just to finish up, I think it's appropriate that it's telling that this sat kind of fallow for so many years, and then all of a sudden it was a hot topic. And that tells me that what we have going on here is developers who are looking to push the types of zonings to get the types of buildings that are profitable for them, regardless of how appropriate it is or how it fits the master plan or fails to fit the master plan or whatever. And so, developers going to develop, and they're going to develop for profit. And so that's why we've seen these all of a sudden. And I think it's entirely appropriate to put a moratorium on it if it's not the kind of thing we want, because if we don't, planning can be off talking about it. And then somebody will bring one of these and say, I'd like it right here and no height limit, please. And that place could be almost anywhere. It could be entirely appropriate, or it could be entirely inappropriate. And so I think it's reasonable that while this is off being discussed, we have a moratorium. And I don't think it's comparable at all to the T1 or the TOD situation where that was something that didn't exist at all. And so, it's not comparable to sending that to planning. And if I may, I guess I don't understand this. So this is for Mr. Ackerman or Mr. Leonard. Is there anything that prevents planning from taking up these actions on their own? Must they only respond to council suggestions? So planning could come up with a T1 and bring it back to us, right?
I mean, we have a pretty extensive and lengthy work plan that we're chipping away at pretty diligently. But there's a lot on our plate. This just provides timelines and deadlines to prioritize what council's interested in sooner.
Oh, okay, thank you. I just wasn't clear how that worked. But if there was something that you felt was super compelling to do, like had to do with 820 or something, you guys could vote to take that up.
Yeah, and we do. We have proactively ahead of 820, so things like our planned project requirements, making those more aligned with 820, for example.
Okay.
Stuff that we've done proactively.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
So I just, I've been listening to this discussion, and I just want to say something about our staff is I don't believe our staff misleads anybody. So in my day job, I deal with developers all day long, and anybody that works as a planner knows that a developer, sometimes you can tell them exactly how a council vote is going to go down, and they're going to do something anyway. There is just no getting around that. I don't think that our staff is intentionally taking people down a road when they know clearly what the preference of this council is. I don't think that that's been at all ambiguous. And I think that, I don't think that the moratorium is necessary, because I expect our planning staff is, very clearly communicating like, well, you're welcome to try to get a rezoning to C1AR, but I'll tell you what happened the last time this came up, and your chances are small. So I know enough about our planning staff to have full confidence that those are the real and honest discussions they're having with applicants.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Lum.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eden?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Resolution directing the city administrator to develop a plan to review and increase the utilization of the poverty exemption program. Moved by Councilmember Bannister, second by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of DC 10. Councilmember Hayner.
I just want to thank folks for bringing this forward. I think it's appropriate. We talked about it last year. And I also want to thank the city and staff and whoever did it for putting those little third page slips in our tax bill that we got. I was happy to open my tax bill and see a little blue slip that encouraged people to consider applying for this program. And I don't know what that cost the city to do that, but I think it was entirely appropriate, and I appreciate it. And so I'm going to support this and thank you for that action too. And I think a lot of people, I don't know a lot of people who will really, take advantage of it or can take advantage of it under the current rules. But I think it's nice that we let people know that it exists. And I think it's appropriate to consider doing other things in those tax bills too in the future like that. Low cost ways of communicating with our residents. So thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank the leadership of the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. This is something that they flagged to Councilmember Bannister and myself, and we were able to act on quickly. And act on quickly, even preemptively and proactively before the passage of this, staff was able to, first of all, create the poverty exemption to begin with, but also to put out increased notices. And we hope that, we take a good program and make it, even better over the course of the next year. And I trust our team to do that. So huge thanks to staff for realizing that. And for those who don't know, Ann Arbor is not the only community in Washtenaw County with poverty exemptions. And actually the county hosts a website that advertises all the different poverty exemptions that exist throughout the county. So if you just Google Washtenaw poverty exemption or Ann Arbor poverty exemption, you can go right to the county's page. And so whatever jurisdiction you live in, there's probably more support than you realize on your property taxes. So this is a small part that we can do to make home ownership more accessible to low-income residents, and I think it's a good thing to do.
Councilmember Eden.
Thank you. I want to thank Council Members Ackerman and Bannister for bringing this forward, and I'd like to ask to be added as a co-sponsor, please.
Further discussion of DC 10. Councilmember Lum.
Yes, I also appreciate them bringing this forward and would also like to have my name added as a sponsor, please.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. DC 11, resolution to endorse HB House Bill 4738 and the creation of a statewide crosswalk law, moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Eden. Discussion, please, of DC 11.
Yes, I'm a little surprised by all of the drama and miscommunications regarding this resolution. It is simply bringing back a resolution that we considered on December 16th of 2019, and it was tabled until we could hire a professional engineer with Vision Zero expertise. I brought it back because we have approved a consulting contract with Sam Schwartz for a professional engineer with Vision Zero expertise to examine our pedestrian environment. I learned today that that report will not be available until at least August 19th. So at this point, I would like to postpone this resolution until after the Transportation Commission meets in August. So that would be the second meeting in August.
Is seconded by Councilmember Eden. Councilmember Nelson, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment. I'm relieved that you're postponing it because the Commission on Disabilities Issues has been trying to get a handle on the data and form their own opinion about the state crosswalk law, and I'm not sure that we actually have arrived at a conclusion about it. So I appreciate the opportunity for the commission I'm liaison to have to weigh in on it. So which meeting in August did you say? The second?
It would be the second meeting in August. Yes.
Okay. All right. I guess the Disability Commission will not have a meeting before then because I think we have our next meeting in September. Could we possibly postpone it later than that?
Well, in addition to this bill, there is also a planned bill that will address persons with disability, and there's also already language in the Michigan Vehicle Code, which is the state language for persons with vision impairments, known as the White Cane Law. So we can delay it. However, I would think that there will be different language for for persons with disabilities. And just as background, this language has been in discussion for probably 8 years. It was first discussed by Traverse City and was going to be introduced by their state representative, Wayne Schmidt, but then he ran into some campaign difficulties. I know that Adam Zemke, when he was our state rep, had a few meetings in Lansing, and Councilmember Lum and Mayor Taylor attended at least one of those meetings. At that time, the Michigan Department of Transportation was adamant that we not use the stop language and we only use yield, which is what's in the Uniform Traffic Code. Since that time, A few states, including Illinois, have updated their vehicle code from yield to stop. And the Michigan Department of Transportation did agree after we had a new governor elected that stop would be acceptable language.
So there's a motion to postpone, and then there's a question if that date can be pushed back. Procedurally, that's that's a request to, do the movers or the body have a?
I would prefer not to postpone it beyond the second meeting in August.
All right, so I guess that's the motion that's the motion to postpone that's on the table. I guess I'll leave that there. If it gets voted down, it gets voted down or modified. Perhaps Councilmember Nelson, if you wish to amend the motion to postpone, that might be the path. I've got Hayner Grand on the queue.
I was going to speak to the postponement just by pointing out that the 8/17 is the date in August that you're asking for, and it looks like the Councilman Nelson, you guys aren't meeting until the 26th of September. It's quite a difference. Well, over a month different. I mean, I'll support this postponement. I think the big question that exists for the residents around this issue is, and this I think really, if we knew the answer to this, it would really resolve a lot of these concerns about supporting a statewide law or not. And the question is, our culture has changed for the better, according to many, by this law. So why wouldn't we want the rest of the state to have it or a similar version of it? My question I'm always getting, and I'm sure most of you are too, is, will this supersede our local law? That's what everybody wants to know. And until I have that answer, I won't know how to support this state law. And so if somebody can find out for me if this state law passing as is going to supersede or supplement, and we can still do our local law like we think is better, then it gives me a real notion as if I should support this benefit to the rest of the state, which I think is important. I think the rest of the state needs a uniform law. So I'll support this postponement. I really want the answer to that question, so I know how to best help our fellow Michiganders.
All right, on the postponement, Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I'm hesitant to support the postponement without, given Councilmember Nelson's request, which I think was fairly key to the last postponement, was getting feedback from the commission, unless we want to go with their last recommendation, which was supporting our current crosswalk ordinance. I did send to all of council today, and we'll just keep it in the queue, a substitute resolution that would ask, instead of supporting the current House bill, to support a statewide law that mirrors our own ordinance. So I certainly would not have supported this tonight. If we do end up voting on it tonight, I won't support it for that reason.
Further discussion of the postponement? Roll call vote, please. Starting with Councilmember Lum.
I'm sorry, did we have a date for the postponement? Is there a date set?
It's the second meeting in August.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes. Sorry, I don't know why it didn't come off. Yes.
Councilmember Bannister? Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DC 12 resolution to relocate precincts 3639 from Scarlett Middle School, 330 Lorraine to Mitchell Elementary School, 3550 Pittsview Drive, for the state primary election to be held on Tuesday, August 4, 2020. Moved by Councilmember Grant, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of DC 12. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. DC 13, resolution regarding solid waste business refuse cart collection fees. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion, please, of DC 13. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councilmember Ramlawi for co-sponsoring this resolution. Back in May, Council approved a number of fee increases for the public services area. The resolution cover memo at the time indicated most increases were in the 1 to 10% range, but buried in the pages of these, there were increases ranging from 140 to 160% for business refuse cart collection. I confess I missed it, and the increases were effective July 1st. The increases generate $88,000 in revenue to the city. I think it's pretty safe to say, and most of us would agree, that now is absolutely not the time to more than double fees on businesses already struggling mightily because of the pandemic. Beyond just the financial burden, another valid concern that's been raised is that with these increases, some businesses will be forced to opt for fewer weekly collections, and that will exacerbate the problems we already have in the downtown alleys. Anyway, what this resolution does specifically is to reverse those refuse cart collection fee increases immediately. It also directs the city administrator to provide council a report by September 30th that includes detail on the cost of service as well as a recommendation for gradual phase-in of increases if necessary to achieve cost recovery. The resolution further directs the administrator to reach out to impacted businesses for input on services, fees, and options that may be available. I recognize this action results in a bit of foregone revenue for the city, but I believe it is absolutely the right thing for us to do. More than doubling fees on struggling businesses right now is just not appropriate. I hope you'll agree and join Councilmember Ramlawi and me in supporting this tonight. Thank you for your consideration and thank you for listening.
Councilmember Griswold.
I would like to be listed as a co-sponsor and thank the council members for bringing this forward.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to Councilmember Lum again for bringing this forward. You're always one step ahead of me. And this is, I did see these rate increases back in April, and it did stick out to me like a sore thumb. I apologize that I didn't bring it up, but it was buried amongst all the other fees that we are increasing or decreasing in some cases. But since then, obviously, much has changed in the economic landscape in the downtown, especially with the retailers and the bars and restaurants. And I concur with the concerns that I have outside of the financial impact it's going to have on many struggling businesses is what it's going to cause in terms of sanitation or the lack of it in our alleyways, as businesses will simply opt to have fewer collections in a week. Those alleys turn into a communal kitchen of sorts where no one does their dishes and folks put trash in each other's bins, and they don't really take full accountability, unfortunately. And the infrastructure in our alleyways is as such that it's necessary for these carts to be used, and they're extremely expensive. They're like, I haven't done a cost analysis, but in my old location, what the city used to collect for free, or I shouldn't say for free, because business owners and property owners do pay 2.34 mils in a solid waste millage. And many years ago, the city never even charged downtown businesses for trash and recycling. Once they shifted things and started assessing the cost of trash on the small businesses, for my little location around the corner from where I sit today, I would have paid $3,000 a year for trash using those carts. And this was 10 years ago. So I pay a fraction of that right now, thankfully, because I have an 8-yard dumpster that can hold far more trash. And in fact, I share it with some neighbors. It's bigger than my needs are. So anyhow, I think we need to revisit this. I think we are putting the cost of other parts of our solid waste program on the backs of these operators who have carts. In essence, the city is double dipping. We're charging these businesses and property owners a solid waste millage, and then we're charging them again for a private hauler to come and take the trash. So we all got our summer tax bill, and looking at it's 2.33 mils, and that applies for us business owners as well. And so I urge my colleagues at this time to revisit this. And I think I'm glad a light has been put on it, and I appreciate Councilmember Lum bringing it to council and asking for a sponsor. And as we noticed, we have had many emails regarding this just in the last few days, and I will cede my rest of my time. Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
I just want to thank Councilmember Lum and Ramlawi for pulling this together in response, and I would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Further discussion? I have a question for Mr. Hupy. Thank you. Can you describe? Is this describe the genesis of the increase? Is this a cost for services there? You know, why is it that these locations are paying this amount in addition to the millage? What is the rationale for the increase?
The rationale for the increase is it's the recovering the full cost of service for the carts. As Mr. Councilmember O'Malley said, other areas use dumpsters. In the solid waste master plan, that is the course that the master plan charts. If we are given direction to go with the master plan, the move would be to look at moving the downtown to dumpsters as much as possible.
So the cost being charged is the cost that the city incurs to provide the service.
Correct.
All right. So it doesn't subsidize someone else's. It's not subsidizing somebody else's service. It's the cost of the service to the party being charged.
Correct. And we recognize the carts are not a good solution in the downtown, hence the desire of the master plan to move to dumpsters as much as possible.
And why was there such a large jump?
I can't tell you when this was last visited for fee adjustments. I'd have to look back and see how long it's been.
Thank you. Councilor Lum.
I would just like to note that when I wrote this resolution, I sent it to staff and asked for any comments, and because as written and presented, there were no edits. And I did ask for, in this resolution, we are asking for a line item breakdown of the cost of service and a recommendation on the phasing of increases if it's necessary to achieve cost recovery. So there was no information provided that this is in fact recover costs. And I do think that this information as requested is needed. It's a huge increase, obviously.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and I appreciate the questions that you had. I would just reiterate those same points as to what caused the dramatic increase of 150% year over year. We know that tipping fees have not gone up like that, and other parts of collections have not drastically gone up. And this is on top of, like I said, a service that years ago we didn't charge for at all. And so I think it's important for us to take a step back, look at this, and hopefully implement that master plan as soon as we can, so we can collect trash in a more efficient manner. I really do see that folks will opt for less frequency on the collection and will lead to more unsanitary alleys. Thank you.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Lum.
Councilmember Long,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
motion carries.
PC 14, resolution to endorse the ICPOC resolution regarding AAPOA, CBA, and other policies, moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Rumlawi. Discussion, please, of DC 14. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you know, Councilmember Ramlawi and I serve as the council liaisons to the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission, and as the liaisons, we're bringing this forward for council consideration. On July 1st, ICPOC held a special meeting and passed a resolution related to police contract negotiations and other matters of concern for the commission. The resolution passed by ICPOC is included, unedited, in this resolution. Council members have expressed an interest in endorsing ICPOC's resolution, and this particular resolution offers that opportunity to endorse ICPOC's resolution. The resolution also directs the city administrator to work in accordance with the objectives laid out in the ICPOC resolution. I won't go through all the specifics of the ICPOC resolution approved July 1st, but to summarize and reiterate the policy recommendations as outlined by Dr. Jackson. The areas covered in the ICPOC resolution include requests for access to information for ICPOC, recommendations related to the collective bargaining agreement with the police officers, and requests for information from the administrator's office. I'm pleased, along with Councilmember Ramlawi, to be able to bring this ICPOC resolution forward for your consideration. And I will be supporting council's endorsement of it, and we hope you will support it as well. Thank you again for your consideration.
Councilmember Rumlawi.
Thank you, Councilmember Lum, and thank you, Mayor. And thank you again, Councilmember Lum, for describing the in an executive summary this resolution that's being brought forth. I was at the July 1st meeting. My colleague could not attend it because of prior commitment, but the commission met in a special work session in response to the conversations that we had in the June 15th meeting as to ICPOC's role in our policing and contracts and policy making. And so we met on the 1st with our police chief and the city attorney, Mrs. Radabaugh, and we discussed this line by line. These are points that the leadership and the commission brought and held a public meeting and discussed, and we vetted it to make sure I did at least ask questions whether these are related to the collective bargaining agreement or these other type of issues. It was my assessment of the conversation and the questions and the answers given that these resolve clauses do lie in the collective bargaining agreement, and this is what council has asked for, I think, in the sense of where ICPOC stands, what ICPOC wants council to do, and And this is a formal document for us to accept and do as we will with it. And I appreciate that approach in our partnership with the Police Oversight Commission in crafting policy for our future generations. It's a bottom-up approach and an approach that I fully embrace.
Further discussion? I guess I'll say for my part, I'm delighted that this is going to be brought forward. I think as we are at a time when we have an opportunity to rethink how we provide public safety in our community, to really reimagine how we can provide public safety in our community. And we also have an opportunity to rethink how we provide police services. And the changes to the contract, I think, are recommended by ICPOC, are important confidence building measures, and I'm delighted that ICPOC has brought them forward and that council has the opportunity to ratify them. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Lum.
Councilmember Lum,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Councilmember Smith? We're taking that as a yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
motion carries.
DS1, resolution to direct the city administrator and Arbor Housing Commission and Planning Commission to create a proposed application materials, review and recommend development entitlements to the City Council for 415 West Washington to support the development of affordable housing in the city. Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Rumlawi. Discussion, please, of DS1. Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I'm going to move that we postpone this, and I'm going to move that we postpone it until the second meeting in November, considering that, hopefully we will have a affordable millage, housing millage on the ballot. I think a big part of the concern about this property is, to go forward with the pre-entitlement process is expensive. But also, I think that there's some interest in, continuing to suss out the details of the site plan. I know certain individuals have plans. I think the community would like to hear those, and I would encourage that discussion to go forward, and hope that Mr. Crawford, you could perhaps talk with some of those folks to see about getting more information from them. But with that, I'll just say I'll move to postpone until the second meeting in November.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bannister. Discussion of the postponement. I've got Rumlawi and Ackerman on the queue. With respect to the postponement, Councilmember Rumlawi.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. I would only support a postponement if I felt like that was the best option right now, and perhaps it is. I'm a little concerned with people's thoughts on, and when I say people's, I just the community, especially the folks that have concerns over this proposed entitlement. This project was brought forth by me with Councilmember Smith a year ago. It was brought under the auspices of redevelopment and a cleanup. It wasn't brought under the auspices of affordable housing. It has gotten mangled in with affordable housing, as most all conversations that we have now on city council. And it's been muddled with that issue. My intent well over a year ago, and in fact, in my first months on council, was to bring this forth to deal with a contaminated, blighted site that sits on the edge of downtown that's within the DDA district. The DDA that is formed is empowered to deal with this type of situation. And that's where the intent was. That's where the genesis of bringing this forth. And I've just been dogged down lately because the most viable option staff has proposed to us doesn't contain the affordable housing that some had hoped. Now, we have in our agenda today a packet from the Affordable Housing Commission, and it shows 415 as being a low priority as a feasibility, as a financial feasibility from our Housing Commission, who is led by an award-winning director. So we vetted this for affordable housing. It fails to meet what it will take. And so I will, and let me know when my three minutes is up, because I can talk for 9 minutes right now, and I'll come back to make some clearer points later. But this whole idea of affordable housing has muddled the conversation and has stymied the discussion as to what the pure intent was. And that is the fact that we have a blighted, contaminated site that is in need of attention. And now that we have something going, we are being distracted by some other issue that is going to be with us for years to come. And I would rather for us to stay focused on what our initial intent was with 415 Washington. And that is cleaning up the contaminated site and removing the blight. And I apologize. I will have to come back and speak some more, because I believe my 3 minutes is up.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to Councilmember Smith for moving this postponement. I think of most interest in this postponement for me is the affordable housing dollars that could possibly be at the city's, be available for the city's leverage. One of the reasons, the primary reason that 415 West Washington right now scores so lowly on its prioritization is because the major way that we can fund affordable housing right now is through low-income housing tax credits to the federal government, for which 415 West Washington doesn't qualify very well because of its proximity to the floodplain and floodway. However, if we had local money at our discretion, we'd be able to construct more affordable housing at this location, which I think makes it a more viable conversation for the community. And I would look forward to that point in time. I think when our only, the only tools at our disposal for affordable housing on site are federal programs that are out of reach, I'd like to revisit this once we have a better understanding of what local monies might look like.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll support this postponement, just as I would have supported voting this down, because as the previous two speakers have said, affordable housing is a component of this. There are other aspects to the site to clean up and other neighborhood concerns and so on. But the number one thing for me is any city property that we have is an opportunity for the city to create a type of ownership of that property that is optimal for the future of our needs of the community. And so if we own a piece of city property, we can say, hey, we want this to be developed as a community land trust or as a cooperative model or in any other number of ways. And the notion of relinquishing that power over this parcel simply to get some money for a trust fund when we potentially do have money coming, if a millage was brought forward and passed, we'll see that, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. It's just this. Like I say, I'll support a postponement because I would just as well vote this costly pre-entitlement down, and I don't think it's the appropriate use of a city-owned site. I think the notion of selling property and putting a little money aside in a trust fund is it's not what we're looking for anymore. It's not the right solution. And frankly, because of the considerations, like it's like whatever we put into that trust fund, take away 250 for the entitlement process from it. And so I don't think we're doing the math right on this either. So thank you for bringing a postponement forward, and I'll support it.
Mr. Delacorte?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that from a staff point of view, I've certainly hear this, and a postponement doesn't impact us that greatly, but having dealt with this site as extensively as I have and as staff has over the last year or so, moving forward with entitlement doesn't prevent any of those options. As pointed out, affordable housing isn't going to be driven by tax incentives. So the design of the site isn't done so with the necessity that it be a tax incentive project. If through the course of entitlement the affordable millage were to pass, we would be farther along in the project with a housing development that was able to be subsidized by that millage and the units priced at a lower rate. You're not going to get more units on this site because of the restrictions that go along with the floodplain and everything else. The necessity to clean the site, remove the blighted buildings, pay for the tree line construction, all the other priorities the community had necessitated a very conservative approach to leverage the site to accomplish all those goals. So the site is proposed for entitlement is as conservative as possible with the desire to leverage the value of the site to accomplish all those goals. If through that process, somewhere along the lines, funds become available to subsidize the units, then that can impact that pro forma. The same being said for anything else along the way that could impact the final ownership structure of it. Going through the entitlement process does not dictate the ownership of the process or the project at the end. Only that it's been its zoning situation and its design has been resolved so that any partner the city wanted to work with, we're that much farther along when we get there. So none of what we've done would impact, or moving forward, wouldn't impact any of the stated goals anybody's mentioned tonight, and would move the process forward so we had a project that was viable at the end.
Mr. Crawford wanted to pop in, and then he got Ramlawi Lum on the postponement.
I just wanted to add the question about the 250,000 or so for the pre-entitlement costs, that sounds expensive and would be otherwise be borne by a developer. I just want to point out that one of the benefits of doing the pre-entitlement process is you get that work done at cost. If you instead have a developer take that risk and go through the city process, resolve all the issues that are on this site prior to the development, you're going to pay retail then. That may come off the sales price or some other way that the city would otherwise be compensated.
That's exactly right.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yeah, I mean, some of my questions were answered. I'm glad Mr. Delacorte was here to answer some of them. I was gonna ask him some questions. I mean, there's just so much to this. It requires more than 3 minutes. I'm just really concerned the fact that we're relying on a millage, a hypothetical millage that we haven't even seen the language for, as a vehicle that's going to drive this development while it sits within a DDA boundary, and we have brownfield tax credits we could be using, and the DDA's funds that we could be using, the toolbox that they have, and perhaps that we can, if that millage passes, and that's a huge if during a recession, good luck with the new millage, we can maybe use those affordable housing dollars or millage dollars for additional affordable housing. As we know, we need thousands of units, 172 units or 217 units or whatever you're going to bring is a drop in the ocean. I'm really distraught to hear that we're pinning our hopes on a millage to solve our issues here, and we have a authority like the DDA that has the toolbox to deal with issues like this, and I think that really needs to be looked at. When we talk about $250,000, a part of that money has already been
we either use it for affordable housing or we get money from the project and use that for affordable housing. So, pre-entitling the site gets one of those things. We know that this is a complicated site. That's why why council keeps failing to pass the RFP process, or is it a community center process or whatever, but we know, as Councilmember O'Malley mentioned, it's toxic. Where the city is wasting money, holding up a crumbling building and crumbling walls, and it's not doing anyone any good just to keep kicking the can down the road. But if we have to do that to eventually get something going, but it would be my preference to vote yes on this tonight.
Councilor Lum on the postponement, and then perhaps we can take a vote.
To the postponement, I will just say, yeah, I will support the postponement, but I agree that we all know 415 West Washington has always been a difficult site. It's in a floodplain, it's contaminated, it's been vacant, blighted, contaminated for years, and it's right next to downtown. I see strong reasons to support it because it removes a blighted building and an eyesore, cleans up a contaminated site, it adds housing, it enables the construction of the tree line. But there are also strong reasons to reject this tonight. We've heard from many residents, nearby residents, they don't support the proposal. They believe it's incompatible with the neighborhood. I do think that's a strong argument against this. And we've also heard from Mr. Lambert. He's contacted many of us. I did speak with him. He's talked to some staff, not recently, I don't think, but some time ago. But we have been, we've been apprised of this, quote unquote, sort of second option, if you will. But we don't know what that looks like without doing an RFP. And I think that's the benefit of doing an RFP, but it doesn't seem, considering all of these things, like it does seem like there's value to taking a little bit of time to see, what proposals may surface. If there aren't any, then we proceed with this. So I will support the postponement.
Hi, this is Jennifer. Is it okay if I talk about the financial question that Jane raised earlier?
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Holcomb.
Yes, I can do
I'm
that.
sorry,
Okay,
my apologies.
I'm so sorry.
Absolutely. No worries. My apologies.
I'm on the phone, not on video, so it's hard to follow.
Exactly. No,
all the issues that have been brought up as public concerns, whether it's the railroad, the floodway, the brownfield, all of those issues are the same for a market rate developer or affordable housing developer or a mixed income development. Like, they all have to be dealt with and paid for in some capacity. What makes it mostly difficult for that site to be affordable housing is the traditional leveraged resources in addition to local resources that can be used as affordable housing. And just to remind folks, you don't have to pay for affordable housing with 100% grant funding. You can always take out debt, or you can have grant-like funding because debt is paid back with rent. So no matter what is built there, there's still going to be revenue coming in that can help you pay back the debt. That can be done with or without any kind of federal funding. Millage funds or other local funding be used to also subsidize affordable housing. The reason that there is an issue with tax credit funding and state funding for floodway, floodplain, and railroad, I've heard some residents say, well, that's not a safe place to build affordable housing, so you shouldn't build it. But we build market rate housing next to railroads all day long. No matter what is built there, it has to be elevated above the floodplain and cannot be built in the floodway. Sorry. No matter what is built there, it has to deal with the brownfield issues. The chimney swift and the traffic on 415 West Washington. But I just wanted to also add that I think about a year or so ago, I provided a book called The Color of Law by Richard Rothstein to the mayor and all city council members to help us all understand the institutional racist history of housing policy in the United States. And I've been working on these affordable housing for 30 years, and I did not fully understand this history until I read the book, even though I see it and deal with it on a daily basis. And I just want to remind folks that this is public property owned by the entire citizenry of Ann Arbor, not just the neighbors who are adjacent to it. The city's going to own it and has owned it for, could be hundreds of years. So if we're going to make policy decisions based on the people who are only living next to public property, then you're making a policy decision that excludes most of the public. And that's particularly problematic when we're talking about housing that is due to the long history of exclusionary segregationist housing policies that are perpetuated by federal, state, and local governments. This includes all housing. It includes subsidized housing. It includes million-dollar homes. If you were to talk to somebody who lives in Ann Arbor who's a black person who was in their 60s or 70s, they will still remember when you could put a deed restriction on a property excluding anyone who is not white from owning or living in that property unless they were live-in domestic help. They can remember redlining. I mean, that was not that long ago in our history. So the neighborhoods that we have and the neighborhoods that we're dealing with are already segregated by income and to a lesser degree also still by race because of that history. And so if we're going to make housing policies, we need to make them that we also try to address that historical segregation. And don't forget that Washtenaw County is the 8th most racially segregated county in the United States, and Ann Arbor City has contributed to that racial segregation. So affordable housing can be built on the site, but it's just going to require more local resources than any other sites because you cannot leverage those federal and state resources. So I support utilizing public resources as affordable housing at this site, but not if it takes away those resources from other sites that are more financially feasible because they can leverage those federal and state funding. If we only have limited resources locally, then if we demo the site, preserve the chimney swift, clean up the brownfield, build the tree line trail, deal with the traffic on West Washington, then those resources are not going to be available for other publicly owned sites that could have affordable housing. Sorry, and that is the end of my long diatribe. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Never a worry. Come back anytime. Further discussion of the motion to postpone. I should say, folks, there have been some folks who may have been dropped from the dropped because we've been off of CTN for 5 minutes, but then due to a software update, although we are now back on. If you are interested in calling in, listening to us via telephone, please come on back.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Delacorte.
Yeah, just one quick clarification across the board. I've heard a lot of conversation about what this site will or won't do. I just want to be clear. We are proposing something in a process moving forward that we hope gives us the best chance to address all of those issues. We're asking for permission that this site conceptually is the basis to answer those questions and have the opportunity to investigate them and determine if we can accomplish those. I don't want to mislead everybody to say that if this is approved tonight, we know for sure at the end of the process, we're going to have a project that does all of the things we hope it does. And there's a willing development partner at the end of it to leverage the site to do that with us. We're just saying we think it gives us the best chance of that, and to please give it, or not please, that sounds terrible, to give us the opportunity to move forward with it after all of the community engagement we've done to this point, to finish that investigation. As long as if this is the final outcome, it is, and it accomplishes those things, that some form of this can be acceptable and considered. If not, then please don't send us on our merry way. If it takes this form and this building and this type of concept to achieve all those, and that's not acceptable as a trade-off to do it, then I wouldn't send us on our way, because we will begin to incur and spend more money. But if some form of that does accomplish all of those things, and that's acceptable, then that's what we're asking for the opportunity to move forward and investigate. If it takes less and we can achieve all those things, council will certainly have that option and the ability to ask us that question at the end of the process and debate the actual ownership structure after we finish this process, because we will have much more information and details. But without that, I don't know how we answer all of these questions. I don't know how we get there.
Thank you. Further discussion of the postponement?
This is the.
I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong queue. I've got Councilmember Ackerman on the postponement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I supported this postponement to begin with. You know, frankly, on political grounds, that it seemed that there was a community narrative that without more meaningful affordable housing on this site, there wouldn't be the political will to pass this. And I saw opportunity in November, if there was millage, to overcome that need for political will. I think after listening to Ms. Hall and Mr. Delacourt and the case that they made with passion and expertise, you know, I can't support that postponement any longer. I think everything in my mind and my heart are satisfied by staff's defense. You know, in my heart, every value that I hold dear, you know, integrating our community, protecting, you know, socioeconomic and racial diversity. And in my mind, the logic of let's move this process forward so that we can take advantage of opportunities should they come, like more affordable housing money down the road. And so, you know, I'm going to withdraw my support of this postponement, and I hope we can find it in all of our, we can find it within ourselves to pass this tonight. You know, I realize that it, you know, may be bigger than some people want it to be, but we're asking for a lot. We're asking for parkland and tree line and affordable housing and above the floodway and parking and protection of the chimney swifts and respect to the historic character. That's a long list of ands, and so there's going to be some trade-offs, and this is enough for me tonight.
Councilor Smith.
I think I would concur with what Councilman Ackerman just said. You know, if this didn't belong to the body, I would withdraw the postponement. I think, you know, I would hope that if you're not willing to support this in November, you shouldn't vote for it now. I think, you know, setting Mr. Delacourt and his team off is going to spend money on something that you might have to tell people that, hey, you know, it is going to be bigger than you want if we want all of these things. And I think, you know, what the missing part of the feedback that we haven't gotten yet is what trade-offs are you willing to make as a neighborhood? Are you willing to accept, you know, for a story less, are you willing to accept X, Y, and Z? And I think we haven't gotten that far in the discussion. So I think Ms. Hall, you've changed my mind. Good job. You know, and I'm not going to support my own motion to postpone.
Further discussion of the postponement? Councilmember Lum.
I don't understand then why wouldn't Councilmember Smith withdraw his motion?
It's not his motion, it's the body's.
But he introduced the postponement.
He did, but once it's been seconded, it
He
becomes.
can withdraw it, right?
I'm happy to withdraw it. I don't believe I am able without the consent of the entire body.
I would suggest the mayor ask.
Does
Posit the
anybody
question.
object to the postponement's withdrawal?
Consider it withdrawn.
All right. Further discussion of the main motion?
Have I spoken twice on the main motion?
Repeat.
I don't know if I've spoken twice.
No.
on the main
No, I
motion.
don't think
You have
anybody's
not.
spoken once about the main motion. I think that the main motion is.
Yes, I threw the postponement out immediately.
All right, yippee. Well, I won't use it just yet. Thanks.
All right. I've got Councilmember Hayner. On the main motion.
I have a question for Mr. Delacourt. Am I still with you guys?
You are.
Okay, something's going on with my screen here.
You're a little choppy, but we can hear you.
I can't even see our conversation, but as long as you can hear me.
We can.
This process that we're going through, so where in it, at what point in this process do we come out with a sale price? How do we know what we're going to get for this? If this notion that we're going to magically convert this public property into a sum of money that we're then going to turn over to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. When do we get to that point?
Well, let me be clear first. I have no idea if that's feasible. The only thing we're recommending at this point is that the concept in front of you gives you the best chance for those options. If we move forward with this as an entitlement and we finish that process, and at the end of that process there is a set of supplemental district regulations and an area plan, think similarly to the DTE project that you just passed. We would then put that out as an RFP, which is normally what we would do before we ever did any of this. We would take that finished project and put it out as an RFP and see and hope that we get solid development offers from private development partners, or if council said we are only interested in a long-term land lease structure, we would limit that RFP response to land lease structures. If council said we only want co-op, if we came back and recommended there was 2 or 3 different ownership structures, if there's an affordable millage, we would tailor that RFP around those criteria with that finished entitled project and basically put it out for bid. Then we would know what we had as far as a development process or a partner or a price or available funds. My hopes is there would be money to do everything we proposed and that the site would be leveraged to do that. I would anticipate that it would be necessary to partner on brownfield remediation funds to do this, to make it viable. The more money we would be willing to put in to remediate the site through TIF, the more value the land has. If council says we don't want to give it any TIF, then the less that offer is going to be. So there's still a lot to be resolved through this process that would determine it. But the point in time would be at the end of that entitlement and when we put this site out for RFP, seeking an actual partner and at a competitive price.
So,
sorry for the long answer.
No, that's okay. I mean, there were so many attachments to this document. There was, through all the public hearings and all that, there was so much that I was trying to find exactly what it is that we're getting for this cost. We're just gonna, I mean, what are we doing for this money here? What are we're doing a survey?
Again, there's no money involved. Oh, I see, for what you're expending. You're creating a product to take to market.
And in what way? You're doing a survey, you're doing all the title work, you're doing all those kinds of things?
Correct. Everything a developer would do to bring an approvable project to city council. We will be the applicant instead of a private developer. The city of Ann Arbor or the Housing Commission or some formal entity will take on the role as applicant and will absorb all of those costs normally associated by the private sector. And they will be left out of the upfront process, and the entitlement of the project will be left to the community and ultimately city council without any involvement other than any engagement you guys want to have with the private development community. And we will act as an applicant as staff.
And when Mr. Crawford referenced the notion that it's like we're paying, a wholesale cost, not a retail cost for these fees, like a developer.
Retail, the reason this is beneficial for this site is it's a very complex site and the developer's got a lot of unknowns. So if we take that development step and eliminate the unknowns, you're getting a very desirable property or situation for a developer to come in and they'll bid higher and you'll get more for your money. You're not having.
Are we doing soil borings and all that? We're gonna do all the.
If necessary. But most of the brownfield work I would expect to take place after the entitlement and prior to the final site plan, because all of that is potentially reimbursable. Obviously, as owners too, we're a potential responsible party. That's not talking out of school. So we don't want to do any of that work because as a responsible party, we might not be eligible for reimbursement. Whereas if we agree to partner with a developer to do that work or a private entity, it could be part of that negotiation on land value, depending on where city council wants to put the value on this site, whether it's in cash into the affordable fund, if it wants to negotiate more subsidized units to create affordable housing. All of that negotiation will have to take place at the end after the project's entitled.
Right.
So there's a lot to go. This is traditionally step one. This would traditionally be where you guys would first be introduced to a project. It's just because we've taken on the role of the developer here, we've done all of this engagement long before a project would ever be in transparent to the public.
But this notion that we had Smith Group come in and they show these massing studies and all this kind of thing,
yeah.
And they got the reaction from neighbors and not just neighbors, but people from all over the city who attended.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that sort of suggesting that you're saying that those massing studies and these drawings and this pre-entitlement is suggesting that here is the maximum value that could be privately developed on this site, and so that's what we're going to set our price on?
I wouldn't use the term. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Go ahead and finish.
No, that's all. That's what I'm asking. Like,
yeah, I wouldn't use the term maximum. I would say with a very strong voice that it's a conservative concept to generate leverage or leverage the site to achieve all of the goals council wants out of this site, or that the community wants out of it. There is a long list, whether it's the environmental remediation, which will have a significant cost, construction of the tree line so the tree line doesn't have to construct that project, the potential to create affordable or workforce housing, which we may have to subsidize the developer through the land value, the potential to create revenue to put into the affordable fund, the keeping of the chimney swifts, having to go through the historic district process. All of these things I think were mentioned earlier add costs to the site. So it was an attempt by staff to say how much money can we make on this, but it was an attempt to find a conservative project that we feel, if taken to market, can generate the type of interest and leverage to accomplish those. If it can be done with less, we will find out through the second process. But staff didn't want to come with a lesser project and then come back at the end and say, no, we were wrong. We can achieve all those with that lesser project. We now need to ask you for more. We would much rather show you this and come back and ask for less to achieve those goals than start with something that everybody is lesser and then have to come back and ask for more.
So, but I mean, the notion that like, so the tree line, like, why would we build the tree line trail? Why wouldn't we split the parcel and say, tree line, come and get this part if you want it, and so on? Like, I don't understand some of the mechanisms of this. Like, why would we build the tree line trail?
Well, one of the options is the tree line is currently incredibly underfunded. We have a memorandum of understanding with them. The tree line trail component under the Brownfield law counts as public infrastructure. So it wouldn't necessarily, the idea is and the option isn't necessarily for the city to build it out of pocket, but it would be to work into the negotiation with the developer that they construct it. And then there's the potential that exists for them to be reimbursed through TIF from the site, which would incorporate millages in addition to just the city millages to reimburse that cost. So it would be a significantly less cost than the tree line themselves paying for it, and or the city having to pay for it, because you'd be able to leverage those additional millages to do it.
Okay, Derek, I mean, I appreciate your thoroughness in answering my questions, and I'll give you a call later this week because you've always been real generous with your time, and so.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I love this stuff. I love this site. It's as difficult a one as you're ever going to find, but I mean, it has a lot of interesting components.
My concern about this whole process is that as people are, people are suggesting that we're some kind of valueless, racist terrors here because unless I ask for the most money I can get for this site, that's where you're putting it on my values, and you're saying somehow this site is going to be converted into some kind of actively anti-racist affordable housing good, then I want the most money I can get for it, if that's what you're charging me with.
We've never, as staff, we've never taken the approach how to leverage revenue other than what we feel will be necessary to accomplish the goals as stated through our engagement with the community.
All right, I've got Councilmember Ramlawi, Bannister, and Griswold, and then it's almost midnight. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. We have obviously been approached by Joe Lambert and an idea that he has regarding the site. One that is very raw, one that gives a lot of promise, and one that hasn't been vetted, and it gives a lot of people hope. And that is drawing some attention and of some members of council as perhaps maybe this is a better option. If this were to be approved, would it be possible to give someone like Joe 3 months or 4 months to do some of his own work, not mutually exclusive, not keeping staff from proceeding, but allowing a concurrent thought? I mean, I just, unfortunately, as difficult and complex as this site is, I have a hard time believing somebody who's never done this before is going to have a high chance of success.
Yeah, I know Mr. Lambert. I've spoken with him on several occasions, as far back as 3 years ago in regards to this site and the concept he's proposing. Certainly, if this goes forward for entitlement, Mr. Lambert can continue to research the site. We can provide him everything that's available from public information standpoint if he'd like it. I don't know if what Mr. Lambert is proposing is feasible or not. I met with him. I know a lot of the analysis we've done on our concepts is not available on his to date. And I know what he's looking for is the time to do that analysis. Many of the things that we've been able or asked to or indicated by the public to incorporate into our concept are either not or scarcely included in what he's proposing to date. But what you said is the key word here is, as staff, we would never recommend handing over any exclusivity on a publicly owned site without some type of RFP process or consideration by council. We have from day one on the site told developers we're not interested in talking with them about the site because we made assurances through our entire public engagement process that this would not be a developer-driven process. And I understand Mr. Lambert is a neighbor and has nothing but the best considerations in mind for this site. But as staff, we'd have a hard time making that recommendation at this point after we've said that repeatedly throughout this entire process. So he's more than free to go on, but if council were to offer him exclusivity, or if you were asking if we should set aside the entitlement process to give him a window to do this on a non-competitive basis, that wouldn't be our recommendation.
And how long would it take you to get this process to an RFP?
If we were to set this aside right now, change the criteria or go forward with a similar criteria, develop an RFP and release it, we have so much information that it would probably be a lot of cut and paste work. But we could stop right now, do an RFP either based on our understanding of what council wants or a modified version. And I imagine we could have it out in 30 days at the earliest and 60 days on the outside. And then that would be a competitive process with a selection team, and developers would be able to submit their proposals based on the criteria that council established, either similar to or different from what we currently have.
And one last question, I apologize. Can you just remind us once again the criteria for cleanup for the type of development that is being outlined in this resolution versus recreational use? And will we have to concern ourselves with that because of the tree line?
It could be a lot of things. The way Part 201 works in the state of Michigan, think of it as an a la carte remediation menu, depending on circumstance. A lot of what the actual tools or engineered controls would be dependent on the testing that would take place at probably what would be the third part of this after engaging with a development partner, or in the middle when we were out to bid. But all remediation is dependent upon ground development. We're proposing residential, so the remediation would have to be some type of residential standard or what's considered site specific if the site were so unique, which is what we did with DTE, where we had multiple uses on the site. So we partnered with DTE to come up with a site specific recommendation dependent on the use within the specific site. So the recreation area gets one treatment, the residential area gets another treatment, the parking area may get another treatment. And all of those are pre-approved by the DEQ as far as the standard that applies to the site. So it could be one of the two.
Councilmember Bannister.
This is a really useful and fascinating conversation. I was wondering, though, if we should possibly postpone it to the July 20th meeting and start fresh earlier in the meeting, in the evening. And so I would like to make a motion that we pick this up again on July 20th at our next meeting.
Seconded by Councilmember Eaton. Discussion of the postponement. I've got Councilmember Griswold, then Lum on the queue. Councilmember Griswold, you're muted.
Yes, I don't wish to speak on the postponement.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you. Actually, I had my hand up earlier. Thank you, Councilmember Bannister. Not before you, though. And I was going to move to postpone, to recommend that we postpone for 60 days. We have, I think, this has been a project that has been, or property that has been under study, has had various, proposals made for it for years. And I think another 60 days really would be time well spent. We have another quote unquote proposal that could be vetted, because there have been lots of questions asked about that. And one of the questions I asked about was, because in the Smith Group presentation, the slide did show that the current preferred option was the same proposal that had been recommended to us on April 20th. And I asked about that and if there were changes, and the response I got back that it was correct, that that the staff is still recommending the approach that was illustrated in the preferred option. And we know there are various issues that have been brought to our attention with the preferred option, which is the stepped building option 2A. So I would move to postpone and support your postponement, but would recommend that we postpone it for 60 days. And that would allow us to, among other things, vet the other proposal.
I got a question.
Who had a question? I'm sorry. Crawford?
Mr. Delacourt had a question. I just want to have a comment here, if I could. In my time with council, this property, fundamentally, these are two very different strategies that you're talking about here. We have done community engagement for community response purpose for the site. That is a very different direction to talk to a private developer about what their concept is. It's really incompatible. If you want to talk to private developers, we need to go. I have personally spoken with multiple private parties who would love to work with you on this site, multiple, over the last 5 years. So if you want to do have the private developers do it, we can do what we did about 10 years ago, go out for an RFP and actually open that up for multiple developers to bring you proposals. But I would caution you that you've just done a whole lot of work for a community response and purpose for this site. And you're welcome to go either way, but you're leaving a lot of work if we don't move this forward.
On the postponement, Mr. Delacourt, do you have something quick?
Yeah, just real quick, just when we say vet, if the expectation would be when staff would vet it, I'd ask for a resolution, because normally we wouldn't work with a developer on an exclusive, non-competitive basis to review their project and no others.
Councilmember Grand. You're on mute.
All right, same point as Mr. Delacourt. I think it sets a very dangerous precedent on city-owned property to ask us to vet and essentially sole source with a private developer who comes in at the last minute. As much as I find the proposal intriguing in certain ways, I think that considering the process that I know we want to take as a city with multiple city-owned properties, it really concerns me.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting this postponement. I think we can talk about this subject tonight. I think we can do a great job. We made bigger decisions at 2 in the morning. A few weeks ago. I think we can make this at midnight. and I think a lot of us have been thinking about this for at least 3 months, if not 6 months, if not 5 years, if not 10 years, if not, 2 decades for some of us. But there's a reason why, this site has languished for a long time. It's because we've gone through multiple iterations of the same process. And it's a process that gets strung out year after year after year because of small incremental postponements. And then inevitably fails under its own weight. And we wait for the next process. And the end result is a site that sits vacant and toxic for decades. Staff did a great job of bundling a lot of big asks into this proposal. I think we can move forward. I know Mr. Lampert. I know Joe. I count Joe as a friend. We've shared several dinners talking about his ideas for this site. But that doesn't mean that we should abandon community input, because he's talked to his neighbors on his block. I like Joe. I respect Joe. But we went through a very transparent, open, public engagement process. And we can't throw that out for my friend Joe, So I'll leave it there.
Councilmember Eaton and Griswold, and then let's perhaps vote on the postponement.
Councilmember Lum made a motion to amend the postponement and make it 60 days rather than to the next meeting. And I'm seconding that.
I didn't read it. I heard a desire. I didn't hear that she actually did it, but if you want to do it, then that's fine.
She's communicating.
Councilmember Eaton heard me correctly.
Oh, my apologies then. So that's been
seconding that, and then I would like to speak on that. I think that it's great for us to talk about this wonderful public process that we've been through, but I drew a different conclusion from that process than is being described here. And at the last time this was in front of us, I asked staff to take the 3 options back to the closest neighbors and allow them to opine on all 3 options. And instead they were presented with the preferred option, and they were not very fond of that, nor were the members of the public that attended the meeting at the DDA earlier in the year. So I think that we've really gotten ahead of ourselves on that. I don't believe this is a binary choice between this proposal or Joe's proposal, but I do believe that we need to actually consider that there might be a different possibility than going forward with this $250,000 operation to see if anybody's interested in a pre-entitled plan. And so I would support a 60-day postponement.
Further discussion of a 60-day postponement. I've got Councilmember Griswold, then Ramlawi, and then can we just please vote on that? Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I keep getting postponements when I simply want to say I fully support you conducting this meeting following the council rules. Let's move on.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
I'd rather see it postponed than die here. I don't know what I can say to convince others that not much is going to change in 60 days. We're really not going to learn anything new. We're just kicking the can down the road, and I appreciate the point of view that Mr. Crawford and Mr. Delacourt brought to the table. I think it's expert, and don't forget Mrs. Hall either. We got highly qualified, highly experienced people describing to us what our options are and why we've chosen to go this route and what happens when we try to go a different route. And, I'm not sure what we're going to learn in the next 60 days that we haven't already learned in the last 2 decades. Nothing's going to change. And we're just simply stifling progress. And I'll just leave it at that. But I'm just might as well. I mean, I just don't know what 60 additional days is going to bring us. But I'd rather see this thing live to see another day than die on the table.
I'm going to, with Councilmember Ramlawi, I'm going to vote against the amendment to the postponement, and then ultimately vote against the postponement for the reasons that he stated. Councilmember Lum?
One question. Would you, if this is postponed, would you require a formal resolution to recommend issuing an RFP? Mr. Delacourt?
Me, as staff's recommendation, no. We have told the community from day one that we were not going to bring in a private developer to this site until it was entitled, and that was our intent, and that we were going to pursue a process different than other private or other public property developments in the city. So as staff, I think based on all of the public engagement meetings we've had to date, where we've said that repeatedly and that was our recommendation to council and staff, I'm going to stick with that. But if that process should stall now would be the time to do it and switch to an RFP if that's council's desire. And if council's consensus is, and I would also ask if that's the direction to go in, that it's very, very clear through that process from council what the criteria from which we should craft that RFP would be to pursue a developer. Is it all of the community goals we've discussed and heard so far have to be addressed? Or is there flexibility in those, or are there other priorities that we have either misunderstood or haven't gotten, or where council disagrees with where we're at? So sorry again for the long answer to a very simple question.
I thank you for that. No, it's very helpful again. And I was just thinking, and I clearly, were we to issue an RFP, you've outlined very specific goals that I think we are all hoping to achieve with this site. We're asking a lot. And but simultaneously, I think, the where the rubber kind of hits the road is that so we have these goals that we want to achieve, and yet the preferred option is what many find objectionable. And I'll leave it at that.
So I've got an amendment to the motion to postpone. The amendment on the floor is to the motion to postpone. The amendment is to the baseline motion to postpone is to our next meeting. The amendment is to extend that postponement for 60 days. So we're going to vote first on the amendment to the postponement, and then whether that passes or fails, vote on the postponement itself. The nature of the postponement will depend upon whether the amendment passes. Does everyone understand? All those in favor of the amendment to the postponement, an amendment that would have the effect of altering the postponement resolution so that it is 60 days out. All those in favor, we're going to have a roll call vote, please, in favor of the amendment to the postponement, which would extend the motion for 60 days. Roll call vote, please start with Councilmember Lum.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Motion fails.
We now have before us a postponement to extend the conversation for to our next meeting. A further discussion of that postponement. Councilmember Lum.
What are we going to do between now and then?
I don't know. It's not my motion. Roll call
My
vote.
idea was just that we were so tired.
Not tired. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Lum.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Remlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
No.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
motion fails.
Main motion.
Further discussion of the main motion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Lum. I'm sorry, Councilmember Hayner. Further discussion of the main motion.
So this money that we're not really spending, where's it coming from?
As the resolution is proposed, it's been clear to us from the beginning that the funding for the entitlement was to be sought from the DEA. So the next step would be to pursue that with them and to determine if they have the available funds in 21 or 20 or 21 or 22, Tom, and to work with them on that. So that would be the next step.
Mr. Crawford?
Council, I would point out that you have several things you have on the DDA's list, including potential property acquisition that we've had some conversation about in closed session, as well as the Y site. That would likely take, unless those are modified or not completed, it might be another year or so before you have, another year, I should say, before you'd have the funds in the DDA. So that might not be the place to get it from.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I wasn't sure where it was going to come from. And do we have to commit this funding from somewhere right now for this if we choose to move forward?
No, if we don't get it from the DDA, we'd have to come back and talk about it. We know that's always been the intent and that's been the conversation. If everything in front of if everything in front of it shakes out and the DDA doesn't have any funding, then we would have to either do some of the initial work in house with other funds, or we would have to come back and talk to council about additional funding at that point.
And I'll just point out that the pandemic has made this more dynamic. So Jennifer Hall, who's still on, we would want to engage with her to see the pace about the different projects that are going on, because she's involved with all of them, to see if there's a natural flow.
Yeah, and there's no reason for us to pursue that funding with the DDA. If this was dead on arrival here tonight, then there was no reason to take those additional steps. So.
All right.
Yeah, I don't want to take money away from projects that Ms. Hall and the Housing Commission have. That have. This is a long shot, a long way around to get a little money for when we have direct action on other sites that I would prefer to prioritize. I guess
We're not. Miss Hall and the Housing Commission and staff are all in agreement on the prioritizations of site. This doesn't cut in front of any of those.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I'm on the phone still. We've secured funding for the next step in the process for most of the other sites. So we would be coming back from other sites basically in fiscal year 22 instead of fiscal year 21.
Okay.
And it might be in smaller chunks. It might not be the full funding all at one time. It might be done piecemeal throughout the process.
Got Remlawi, Eaton.
Thank you. So yeah, $250,000. Some of that has already been spent. Isn't that correct, Mr. Delacroix? We're not still looking at a full 250 at this point. We've already spent 75 of that 250. Is that correct, or am I?
Well, I can't commit to that. We're putting 250 out there as a high end, again, conservative estimate on what it would cost to pre-entitle. I would be surprised if we spent all of that or if we needed all that, but we're not going to tell you a number now and then have to come back more for later, or
So
come back for later more.
Thank you. I would press the DDA to come up with that pocket change. I'm sure they have a couple $100,000. They're sitting on a healthy fund balance. And again, this is a project that falls within their boundaries, and this is why DDAs were created to begin with. So I have a hard time to accept a no from the DDA about this based on what I just said.
Yeah, if council and the community has a desire to move this project, I'm confident we'll come up with funding to get the work done.
Councilor Eaton.
So I'm really troubled by this idea that we're going to go to the DDA and tap into their funds, because if they have this $250,000, they could be putting that into the Y lot, which is ever so much more viable than this project. and we could actually move forward with a greater amount of resources to leverage on the Y lot. If in
I just want to clarify, the DDA is already committed to this site, the Y lot site. This site won't impact their ability to fund that one.
But if they've got this $250,000, they could throw it at that project, and it would make it easier to increase the number of affordable units in that project, or it would increase the probability of subsidizing the rent on a grocery store on the first floor. There are 100 things that they could use this $250,000 for to improve the Y lot project. And if what we end up doing is delaying this project until this $250,000 is available from the DDA or from our general reserve, I don't think that anybody wants further delay on this site. So I'm just really troubled by this seeming elasticity of funding. That money could be used better elsewhere than here. If somebody is willing to just outright buy this piece of property and develop it into something much less extreme than what we're proposing with option 3. But that's my feeling, and I just simply can't support it for the very reason that we're either going to have to delay this an extra year to wait for the $250,000 to manifest, or we're going to be drawing it away from probably a better use. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm proud of this council for over the past year, advocating that the DDA step up their contributions to affordable housing. It sounds like there's no scarcity of their support. It sounds like we can build affordable housing on Catherine and build affordable housing on the Y lot and, pursue this pre-entitlement on 415 West Washington, all of which will be done with DDA support for affordable housing. We did that as a group through our advocacy and our meetings with them in joint sessions. That's awesome. And so I'm glad to hear there's not a scarcity. I don't think that, waiting for planning dollars is any reason to delay a vote on, this process sounds good. Let's do it. I think Jennifer Hall, expounded on the benefits of this beautifully. I think Mr. Delacourt explained the firm logic behind this process, step by step, and the timeline. And there's not a lot of holes in this left. So I'll be glad to vote for this tonight.
Yeah, I would also ask Jennifer to clarify, but we've had extensive conversations with Jennifer and her needs on both the Y lot and other sites and the DDA. We have absolutely no intention of taking any money from the DDA that would impact the Y lot in any way, shape, or form, or their ability to produce or maximize the affordable housing. We understand that project is the priority. We're only here with this one tonight because we've gone through that community engagement process and told the folks at those meetings that we would be bringing this process forward. We certainly understand if it doesn't go forward, but I wouldn't want there to be any misconception that if it did go forward tonight, that it's going to impact our ability to maximize the Y lot and its affordable housing or use. And Jennifer, please correct me if I'm wrong on that.
No, I appreciate Councilmember Eaton bringing that up. But if you think about the Y lot, it's a $100 million project. $250,000 would have a small but very small impact, and it is a site we can leverage a lot of other funding from other sources in addition to local sources. So it wouldn't have a significant impact. If the funds were used there, it would have a small benefit.
Councilmember Smith.
Sorry, I meant to lower my hand.
Oh, further discussion of the main motion. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Lum.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Umlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Do we have communications today from our city attorney?
There are no communications, and I will also note that we do not have a closed session this evening.
Well, that's news. I won't characterize the nature of the news. It's news. We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
Just briefly, I'd like to suggest that when we have a complex decision before us, that that all the supporting documents get attached to that resolution and not down here in the clerk's report of referrals. F1 is the drawings I was looking for to see what the scheme was for the Broadway Bridge closures and all the other closures. It wasn't attached to the resolution DC3 or DC4 in any way. So I'm asking staff if they could please attach any documents that may help us in our decision making in the future right to that resolution. It would help a lot, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion of the clerk's report? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The clerk's report is approved. We now come to public comment general time. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. To speak at public comment general time, please dial in at 877-853-5247. Enter the meeting ID 974-6597-9811. You need not have signed up in advance. You will be identified by the last three digits of your telephone number, and then you will be on. You will have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the clerk who will identify for you when 30 seconds are remaining. At the end of your 3 minutes, it will be your obligation to wrap up so that the next person can speak. If you are watching from home, please, or listening from or calling from home, please turn down your television or move to a quiet area so that we do not have feedback. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at public comment? Oh, and I should say, if you wish to speak at public comment, thank you. Please raise your hand by entering *9. Please raise your hand by entering *9. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at public comment?
Caller ending in 205, go ahead.
Hey, this is Joe Spalding. That's Beyond_process on Twitter, if you haven't been blocked by me. For the record, if you want to silence anything that I'm going to say or that you have convinced yourself that I might say with a gesture, just know that the video lags 80 seconds after the audio, and I'm not really going to be watching the video anyway because that's not something someone does when they're speaking onto a phone line. 7 people on the council disagreed with me about ending the undeniably racist practice. They disagree with me actively about ending the undeniably racist practice of banning apartments in most of Ann Arbor. Jennifer Hall did a fantastic job of speaking towards some of the reasons why we want to readdress and re-examine the way we approach zoning and housing in general, but it needs to be more than just specific sites. 7 folks on council disagree with me that it's more important to address that history immediately than preserving the ability of landlords to hoard wealth, in my opinion. But 6 of them managed to hear me speak last time without making any childish gestures. Nothing is preventing any council member from reaching out to me. And if council member Griswold specifically wants to do the adult thing, she can feel free to apologize directly to me by reaching out to me. I want to encourage the council to consider the fact that they might be asked by other folks to react to the behavior of Councilmember Griswold, as well as what they believe the sincerity of her apology or non-apology was. When it comes to any types of threats, I unequivocally condemn any type of physical or any other type of threats of harm against any member of the council. That's awful. And also, which wasn't mentioned, I'm sure it's happened. I want to apologize if there was any type of overzealous kids online. I have no idea what types of stuff other folks outside of me are doing. More than 15,000 people saw the video of me getting the thumbs down while I was speaking about race and housing. The key thing for me there was that I felt personally disrespected, but more than that, my heart was broken on the Democratic level here, because there are other people that don't have my thick skin, that don't have the strength of my voice, that are going to get chilled and are going to be discouraged from exercising the right to have their voice heard in Ann Arbor. And that's a real shame.
30 seconds.
The last thing that I want to say is I'd rather be, doing some video edits and sending them out around California, being how proud of how some of the wealthier communities in Michigan are getting the housing thing. That's what I'd rather be doing with my time. Or if I have to be in Michigan, I'd rather be in Royal Oak or Troy, talking about some of the gentrification they're forcing there. And I'm not. I'm here because I got pulled in. I really wish I wasn't. So
time.
That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Caller 556, you can go ahead.
Hi, this is Ralph McKee. This is the second time I'm speaking tonight, and I just have a very brief comment. I think I really am disturbed about the description of the robust community engagement that was done here. This community engagement, if this is considered a good community engagement that was the entire basis for pushing this forward, that is a farce. And I have rarely said anything this strong, but it was misrepresented. The results of the surveys and all of that were mischaracterized, and they were mischaracterized again tonight. Linda Berar's email spread that out in every single detail. And if you're talking about respect, you really need to respect the public process. This decision might be the right decision. I'll leave that to you, and I'll leave that all of the issues surrounding affordable housing and all of that. But to express this as a public process that you make a decision on when it's just flawed from the start, flawed in the middle, and flawed at the end. And if you don't recognize that, do not ever go out and say you're respecting the public again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 736, you can speak.
Hello, my name is Trisha Duckworth from Survivor Speak. First, I would like to say that I think, with all due respect, to host a 5 to 6 hour meeting with the public comments at the end, I think is extremely unthoughtful for the citizens of Ann Arbor or anyone that wants to participate in these meetings. And just watching the meeting to see that you have a 5 to 6 hour meeting where people are tired, how can you make fresh decisions for the city when you have such an extensive meeting? The reason why we're here today, though, is we received information from a constituent that was very disheartening about comments from some city council members referring to citizens, low-income citizens, as chickens. We have spoken to a couple of council members, Nelson and Eaton, who explained it was a joke, it was a camaraderie. However, we don't find that funny. If you were talking about high rises and some of the things that the mayor is doing that you don't agree with, that should have been a conversation. Not using this joke that is a negative light on low-income citizens. We did and are asking for a further look into all of this for the behavior of Councilwoman Griswold, not just in this case, but in the thumbs down, also in the Oral Rosser case where it is said that there was support shown for the police at a visual for our roster. Just countless things that have been done to show that you have thoughtless behavior at times. We believe that it's privileged behavior that causes this. And also of Jeff Hayner, who has made comments that we believe are not appropriate, as well as, about an African woman riding a bike and needing a bike lane, and also made to a woman that is running for office. All of these things are behaviors that are not conducive to council members. So yes, while we are asking for individuals to resign, we also will be meeting with the mayor because there are a lot of things that are going on that are not appropriate, not just by these two individuals that we've named, but by other individuals as well on this council who hold racist ideologies. And again, with all due respect, all of our Caucasian brothers and sisters have privilege, and they need to use their privilege in the right way. We're grateful to be able to meet with the mayor on how we can move the city forward with racial equity, because that is what's needed, and we are calling for resignations, and this is a conversation that's just starting, but we will be back to the table. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are 4 more calls on the line, but they don't have their electronic hand up. Do you want me to reach out to them?
If you're listening and you have called in and you wish to speak, please enter *9 on your telephone. *9.
Caller 197.
Hi, thanks so much for taking my call. I know it's been a really long evening. I'll be quick. I just want to echo what was just said from Survivors Speak and Ms. Duckworth, that my name is Kelly Zeckmeister-Smith. I've been a resident of Ann Arbor for the past 10 years. Prior to this week, I was under the impression that city council members use their platforms in a way that demonstrates professionalism and compassion for all constituents. However, I am concerned about the highly inappropriate public online commentary of Council Member Kathy Griswold, Council Member Jack Eaton, and Council Member Elizabeth Nelson, specifically as it relates to affordable housing. As you may be aware, these members of City Council have used their platform and Facebook to compare people impacted by poverty and who would otherwise benefit from affordable housing to low-income chickens. Low-income housing to chicken coops. Not only does this depersonalize people who contribute to our community, it also completely misses the point of affordable housing and how it could benefit so many. I find it curious that this was a first item on your agenda of your meeting tonight, this topic, and yet you three have chosen to make light of this very real issue that so many in our county face. So if these are the words you're choosing to use online, I can only imagine what biases you may harbor in your private conversations and decisions. Equally troubling are several posts in relation to Facebook account of Council Member Jeff Hayner, in particular the photo mentioned before, accompanied by the tone-deaf joke about bike lanes. So this type of behavior from a group of elected officials is beyond inappropriate. To all of you I just mentioned, Councilmember Griswold, Councilmember Eaton, Councilmember Nelson, and Councilmember Hayner, I urge you to reconsider your ability to represent all residents of Ann Arbor. Further, I urge you all to resign. And I urge you all to begin the process of self-reflection needed to improve yourselves and the community. Our citizens deserve better. It is time to find new voices, namely more people of color for City Council. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the line who would like to speak at public comment? If you wish, please indicate by entering *9.
Mayor, there are no other callers with their hands up.
Seeing no other callers with who has entered *9 electronically raising your hand, public comment is closed. Are there communications today from council? May I, in the absence of a closed session. May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councilmember Smith, second by Councilmember Umlawi. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're adjourned.